Good evening and welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We're here for the World Pool Championships, the crown jewel of World Nineball Tour. And for 6 days here in Jeddah, 128 of the world's best players will battle it out for an historic $1 million prize fund and the coveted title of being crowned 2024 World Pool Champion.
Responsibility to turn that world #1 prize from 80,000.
Is there any stopping Kaci? He's on the table. And he's on.
In Jeddah, bringing you 4.5 hours of non-stop nine-ball action. To begin proceedings, it's now time for the opening ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please kindly stand Al-Raja Al-Wukuf for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Royal Highnesses, dignitaries, athletes, and distinguished guests, welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the beautiful city of Jeddah. Of course, this is a historic year in the World Nineball Tour's history for this year's World Pool Championship. 128 players and 16 juniors travel from all over the world to compete over the next 5 days in this state-of-the-art facility. Now, of course, this event would not be possible without our partners, the Ministry of Sport, and of course, the Saudi Arabian Billiard and Snooker Federation. And now, to help us get the competition underway, please, a round of applause as we welcome the President, Dr. Nasser Saab Al-Shamri, to declare the start of the championship.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I declare the start of Nineballs World Pool Championship 2024. على بركة الله نفتتح بطولة العالم للتسع كرات 2024.
Jazakallah khair. The President of the Saudi Arabia Billiards and Snooker Federation. Now it's time to focus on the heroes of the tournament. They've traveled from over 40 countries all around the world to this prestigious event. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming our athletes to this year's World Pool Championship. And now, for the cultural segment, Saudi Arabia has prepared something special for you, both for the viewers at home and here in the audience. The human ability to achieve something unique can sometimes be surprising and inspiring. Our shadow dancers will take us through a journey of this nation and its dynamic growth in economy, sports, and world championships. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we present to you the Flow Motion Dance Company.
Vision is the art of seeing what is invisible to others. Saudi Arabia has grown to a thriving nation, one of the world's leaders in economy. This strength is rooted in our culture, heritage, and history. Now, our nation is a global leader in sports and world championships. Tonight, we welcome you to the biggest World Pool Championship today. Welcome to Saudi Arabia, and welcome to the World Pool Championship 2024.
Are you ready or not?
Here we go. 128 of the world's best players have descended upon this magnificent arena, all wanting to claim not just a $250,000 prize fund, but also claim this magnificent trophy. Albin Ushan there, two-time former world champion, getting a bit of practice in as well. He'd be hoping to add his name to the tournament. So many superstar players. This tournament is 100% wide open. What an incredible performance as well at the beginning, and we're hoping it's going to be an incredible 6 days as well. Welcome inside the Prince Abdullah Al Faisal City Salt Center, alongside some heavyweights here as well. Scott Frost, Jeremy Jones and Carl Boys. Gentlemen, here we are. This is the big one. This is the one we've been waiting for, and it is absolutely wide open. Jeremy, I want to start with you first. You've played in so many magnificent venues. You compete in some big ones as well. Just how special is this venue?
Well, just like the prize fund, Addy, I mean, they've spared no expense on the venue as well. Matchroom and, of course, the Kingdom have put one together here, and the players have really been smiling all over.
They certainly are smiling. I mentioned at the top there, Carl, $250,000, which is an incredible amount to win. Is that extra pressure on the players as well, knowing just how much money is at stake here?
Yeah, definitely. You know, pool players have been crying out for something like this for a long time. You know, us three guys were a little bit too old now for all this, but, you know, the youth, you know, the younger players, they've got it all to come. You know, $1 million prize fund, $250 to the winner. But not just that, you know, it's the World Championships, and just look at the arena. It's fantastic.
It is. Here is the prize fund, and you can see it there. $1 million prize fund. The winner, $250,000. The runner-up, $100,000, which is interesting, Scott, because the winner last year got $60,000. So the runner-up this year is $40,000 more than the winner last year, which is incredible.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Matchroom and Saudi setting the bar. $250,000 up top, $100,000 for the runner-up, $50,000 for third and fourth. That's just below first.
It ain't late to get the cues out. It ain't late. You guys can get the cues out again. But it is incredible. One thing we have seen as well is the involvement of so many Saudi players now playing, which is important, isn't it, Jeremy? Because it's good that we're here, and it's good that there's over 40 countries represented here. But the Saudi players is what we're trying to do, grow it as a worldwide sport.
Well, like anywhere, home's the most important, and the Kingdom has certainly put it together. We got to mess with some juniors here this week and work with them and train, and a lot of talent there, and it's just a pleasure to see.
Yeah, so many fantastic players here. Carl, if you can, briefly explain the tournament for us, a double elimination.
Yeah, 128 players will start, double elimination, and through to the final 64. Race to 9 at first, but from the final 64, it'll be single elimination. Right up to the final, race to 11. Then it's one match for the trophy, and 250, race to 15.
Yeah, no pressure at all. One thing we have seen, which is quite different, is the players here, Scott, not just here for the pool. They've been taking a lot of time out as well. You can see 4 of our superstars, the boy band, I'm calling them, all at the King's Cup watching Al Hilal versus Al Nassr. How important is it that the players are able to put the cues down and just press that pause button for a little bit?
Yeah, I think it's vital for all professional athletes, especially these guys coming here this week. They all know what's up top. They all know what's important. So they get a little break. They get some time off, get to enjoy themselves, and watch another great sport. So I think it's very important for these guys.
Yeah, they're rubbing shoulders with Cristiano Ronaldo. Who is like Cristiano Ronaldo on tour? Who is as focused and determined like that? Pick a player.
Fedor Gors, Fedor Gors. Of course, SVB is a very dedicated player. I mean, he actually just kind of wants his time alone on the table, and he'll win a match, and he'll be the one first practicing right after.
Yeah, agree, Fedor Gors.
Yeah, definitely. You know, they work so hard at the game. You know, obviously all the pros do, but they're the ones that seem to be in the pool hall early practicing, and they're last.
They're last indeed. All right, let's give you the order of play as well. Some fantastic games to kick things off for us today. Obviously, the defending champion, Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, will take on Walid Al-Baqi. Jason Shaw as well, flying the flag for Great Britain. He takes on Jeffrey Roder. That's our main TV table. Look at the talent, though, on table 1. Kopinyi versus Jeffrey Ignacio, and Carl Amaroto versus the #1 ranked Saudi player, Khalid Al-Ghamdi. Some fantastic players there. I mean, day 1, kicking things off on the main table is going to be incredible.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's how it is, and that's what's happening with the World Nineball Tour. There's really no fluff, and of course, the World Nineball Championships, there's never going to be that, but we have a bunch of great matches to start.
Yeah, some great players as well. None better at the moment than Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, obviously the former world champion, has had a dip, we know, Carl, but he's going to have a dip because 2022 and 2023 was so good, you're only going to come down from that.
Yeah, he did something that we didn't think was possible, that run he went on, right, guys? You know, he won every big major tournament he played in. If he didn't win it, it was second and third. It was simply unbelievable. But he was the player for me who mastered the break, the changing break a couple of seasons ago. He did it the quickest, and I think that was, you know, down to the success of what he had on tour. But you know, when you're winning that many big tournaments, of course you're going to slightly dip. But he's there and thereabouts in all the events he plays in. You know, his quarterfinals, last 16s, etc.
What's happened in his game, Scott? Is there something he's trying to change? Is he worried about maybe safety more than he should?
I don't know that it's necessarily what's happened within his game. I think it's that there's so much more talent coming on. It's so tough to do what, like Carl said, what he's done anyway, that it's so difficult to continue that pace, right? I'm sure we'll see him again. We might see him again this week. You just never know. But with the talent that we have here, we've talked about it over and over, we think there's probably 30 guys easily that could win this event.
Big shout there. Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, again, current world champion. Not the best season so far. Here's a reminder of what the season's been looking like in 2024.
it.
Your 2024 Premier League champion, SVB James Match Holding.
Neither of these two won a matchroom title in all of 2023. Tonight's the night when one of them will end the wait.
What a match, what a final.
Gorst is the champion, and it is quite a feather in his cap.
It is Capito against Mieszko Potunski for the jackpot. What a result for the Capito. He has made the breakthrough at the UK Open.
Yeah, 3 majors so far and 3 different winners as well. Premier League was won by Shane van Bonen, former world champion. World Pool Masters by Fedor Gorst, and the UK Open by the new hop shot, the new kid on the block, Robbie Capito. You can see the schedule there. So many fantastic tournaments coming your way in the next few months. When you look at that and you see 3 different winners, Carl, for the first 3 majors, it kind of just really does make sure that you know this is a wide open tournament.
No, SVB, he's won it all, he's seen it all. He's a former world champ, 5-time US Open champ. Then Fedor Gorst, you know, one of the young guns, but, you know, he's a former world champ. Obviously now he's a Masters champ. It was Capito that come from the chasing pack. Myself, Jeremy and Scott, we're always asked questions, who's going to be the next one? His name was there, he's a young gun. You know, he's won the UK Open, but can he do it in the biggest stage of all?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, Scott, there that you think 20 or 30 people could honestly win this tournament. Do you guys agree with that as well? 20 to 30 could win it?
Could be more, really. Once the adrenaline gets going, you just never know. And Robbie and other players have shown us they have the talent. It's just a matter of getting their feet wet near the end of the event. That's all.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think the equipment has a lot to do with it, right? If the equipment opens up and plays dry, even though we're in Saudi Arabia, a lot of people might not understand that we're surrounded by water. So there is some humidity here. It's a big room, an unbelievable venue. So it'll be interesting to see if the tables open up and allow these players to really play their games.
All right, Carl, we've given you some homework to do for us. Carl's picked our ones to watch. These are players who haven't yet won a world championship who Carl think could potentially pick up this trophy.
Albania has ever produced. Cole Bin Chung, the United States Open champion of 2023. Sonia Filipanovic is improving all the time.
Looks like a young movie star, young Tom Cruise in The Colour of Money.
It's Dane's Delight. He's the Spanish Open champion. Magical. Jason Shaw jumps onto the table in triumph.
Carl's clearly still got his Mosconi Cup hat on there. I noticed none Americans in there. What's going on?
No, I mean, obviously, you know, Shane's won it. You know, it's obviously only, you know, to pick 5, it's very tough. But, you know, looking back at them 5, I'm happy with them picks.
Yeah? Scott, well, what is going on with some of the young emerging Americans? Obviously, we're seeing so much talent from all over the world. Maybe not a lot of youth coming through in America.
Well, Eddie, I think you said it. I mean, I think there is talent coming up. I mean, they're kind of foreshadowed by what's happening throughout the globe. But you've got to still look at Tyler Steyer, Fedor Gorst. You know, you've got to look at Shane Van Boening. He's still there. Skylar Woodward, Billy Thorpe. I think any of those guys could break through this week. Shane coming off the PLP win. It'll be interesting to see what happens. USA's got a good. They've got a good career coming up.
Yeah, sorry, Scott. I was just going to say, young Sam Henderson. Obviously, these guys will know more about him than me. But you know, at the UK Open, you know, he took out a big match. Can't remember the player he beat. Can you remember the player he beat on the TV table?
He beat a couple of players, but I mean, yeah, he's just like a lot of Americans back home. I still believe there's more talent in America than anywhere on the globe, just because of how many pool rooms, just a numbers game, period. And you know, they got to step it up, training and whatnot. They've realized that, and they're on their way.
A lot of talent in America, a lot of talent back home in Britain as well. I mean, Jason Shaw, everyone's expecting him to go deep in this tournament.
Yeah, a few years ago, you know, Great Britain had a lot of, you know, great players, and they were winning big tournaments. You know, Darryl Peach, former world champ, Darren Appleton's done so much on the table, and Great Britain always seemed to have a player near the end of these majors, but it sort of died off a little bit. So Jason Shaw, he's sort of flying the flag on his own. He's won Hanoi on this very table, on the same table. So he's going to come into this event, he's going to think about that. He's got these tables in his home club, so he's comfortable. He's brought his family, and he's going to look to have a good week.
Yeah, some big names we've spoken about. Is there anyone sort of outsiders that the players or people back home should be watching that maybe could go deep in this tournament, Scott?
No, but I mean, as soon as he brings up Jason Shaw, everybody knows I'm a fan, and I think this venue and this format, I think he's going to get up for this. He's one to watch. I think Federer is obviously another one to watch, but I mean Joshua Filler too, right? You've got some real killers in here, but Jason Shaw will be interesting to watch this week, in my opinion.
All right, gentlemen, talking is over. Play is about to get underway. We're going to have actions on table 1 and 2, but our main focus is the main table, and that's because that's where the champion currently is playing, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مرحبا في المملكة العربية السعودية. Welcome Nineball fans all around the world here to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the city of Jeddah as Matchroom Pool and the Ministry of Sport presents to you the 2024 World Pool Championships. 128 players from over 40 countries arriving on the shores of Jeddah for their chance to claim the title and, of course, the biggest ever prize in Nineball, $250,000. They will go through the trials and tribulations of this tournament to find out who will be our champion. It's time to find out, time to bring our first players into the arena. Up first, welcome Jeffrey, Ignacio, and Copini. And on table number 2, please welcome Khalid Al-Gandhi and Carl Amoroto. And now on the TV table for your viewing pleasure, please welcome from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Walid Al-Balkhi. And his opponent is the reigning champion of the world, El Ferrari, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz.
Table 1 and Table 2 available on Matchroom Pool and multi-sport channels and the World Nineball Tool streams. But our focus is our main table where defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz will play Walid Al-Balkhi. So let's head to our commentary team of Carl Boys and Phil Yates.
Adi, thank you very much indeed. What a privilege to be here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in the port city of Jeddah, for this pioneering...
Well, hello from the Green Halls in Jeddah. It's a big, big week here of pool. It's the World Pool Championship, the richest ever pool event. $250,000 to the winner on Saturday. So a lot of anticipation as the matches get underway. You're very welcome. I'm Dave Hendon. Scott Frost alongside me for this match between Kaci and Jeffrey Ignacio. It's 1st to 9 here in round 1.
Yeah, Dave, I'm excited to be part of this match with you. Should be a pretty good matchup.
You just wait, yeah?
Okay, well, we're about to get underway. We've had a few, I won't lie to you, we've had a few technical issues, but hopefully, fingers crossed, because it's a massive week of pool here, of course. And there's a lot of anticipation backstage. I was actually here yesterday. Everyone was in kind of a good mood, chatty. About an hour ago, it was all business. Everyone getting ready to see who's going to progress. Of course, it is double elimination, but as we get through the week, it's going to be very exciting. Remember last year, the top prize, $60,000. It's $250,000, Scott. That's going to focus a few minds.
Yeah, $250,000 up top. This is history, right? I repeat, this is history. $250,000 up top, $100,000 for runner-up, and $50,000 apiece for third and fourth, which is just $10,000 less than first last year. So pretty serious money involved here, Dave.
Yeah, you saw the matches coming up there. The Kaci against Omar Al Shaheen after this one. But we're just waiting for this match to get underway. It was quite a ceremony as well, wasn't it? You see the Saudis clearly are very happy to have this event here, and it is a 10-year deal. So this is going to be just the start, really. So let's get the match underway. Then here we go. Kaci, the 2015 world champion, against Jeffrey Ignacio.
I'm actually a big fan of both of these players, Dave. Ignacio is really, really a loose player. I feel like Ko is more technical. It'll be interesting to see how this match starts.
As you can see, it is a race to 9. Now, I'm sort of from a snooker background, but I'm fascinated by the break shot in this game because, of course, it is the key shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the key shot. It starts with the lag. Ko pretty short of a good lag there. Let's hope that's not a sign of what's to come. I don't believe it will be. He is a technician of the game. There you see it. He's got the 1 down. He's got a good shot on the 2. These guys will play the 1 in that right middle if they're breaking from the left side of the table or our left side of the table. You'll see the 9 looming in the lower right. And that's going to be a little bit short. Early first game jitters already, Dave.
Yeah, as I say, I did feel the difference. I came yesterday afternoon and it was all kind of, oh, great to see everyone and isn't it exciting. But today, of course, now you're playing, you want to make a good start, you want to lay down a marker early on. And there's bound to be nerves. Of course there is. This is a huge week.
Yeah, you can say that again. I think actually the further this week goes, some players will get dialed and some will do the opposite because of the money involved. Well, what a hit that was. come 2 rails at minimum towards the purple 5 to the top right. He's going to have to watch out for traffic. He's going to go defensive here. Well done. And in your background, we would call that a snooker.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, if I slip into any terminology from snooker, just give me a slap. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this week, though. Of course, Ko Ping-yi, he's got 2 brothers, hasn't he, that play. In fact, he's not even the highest ranked player in his own family. His younger brother is higher, isn't he?
Yeah, no doubt. Ko Ping-chung, somebody that won the U.S. Open last year that I just was introduced to during that event. Boy, what an impressive player he is. I think he's playing the best out of the brothers right now. But this man here, I don't know that I've ever seen him play poorly.
Yeah, he's Ko Ping-yi's 12 in the world. His younger brother is 4 at the moment.
And he's just short of the mark. You'd have thought that ball would have lengthened out a little bit more. Maybe that's the humidity that Jeremy Jones was talking about. Tables felt a little bit cold and wet, but it's a big venue and a beautiful venue at that. Something this man does is plays quick, but he's come up short a few times now, Dave.
Yeah. Maybe it is, as you say, conditions in what is a new territory really for the sport in terms of hosting events.
Yeah, and is he forced, as you see a replay, want to come 3 rails out and get above the purple 5? Is he forced now to play another defensive shot? It's the last thing you want to do with 5 balls left on the table, especially at this level. You do not want to let your man back to the table. What's he thinking? He's weighing up the bank now. And he's left distance. It's not terrible. But this is definitely makeable. I think he's forced to take this cut on. He's going to use maybe a tip of outside English. He wants to catch it thin. Nothing fun to start out with, that's for certain. I think you've got to put all your focus into just getting this ball down. Where the cue ball ends up, where it ends up. And he elected to get away from it. How did he do?
Yeah, if you're going to play defensive shot, play a good one. He has done. So quite a cagey start here. Both players just settling in, getting used to the table, getting used to this arena. Been a big build-up as well, haven't there? You know, we had the opening ceremony. You don't see that at every event. Just reminding everyone how important this is, what a big week it is.
Yeah, and what an interesting rack this is. 2 scenarios now where I thought they might go aggressive. They went passive, which is okay. Like you said, bit of a cagey start, but they're trying to get the feel. Both defensive plays were great, so you can't fault them there. Does have to attack here, Dave.
Yeah, so on the front foot now.
Only trouble really, if he gets on the 7, he's still got to get good to the 8. He's got some work to do. Anywhere center table, even where he's at now on the 8 will work. He's got to get to the 7 first here. An interesting decision, Dave. He decided to come all the way over. This will lead the cue ball out towards the center, though. These top players like to avoid the middle pockets. Clean strike. He's going to look to come 3 rails back out towards the center. Yeah, get another look at this.
Well, he was cagey, but assuming he does pop this, as he surely will. This has been a good visit from Kaci just to settle into this match and take the opening rack. Remember, it's first to 9, and it is Chinese Taipei's Kaci who takes the opener. Yeah, just kind of sussing out the table, sussing out the whole environment here. I'm sure both players will settle down, but you just want to get on that scoreboard, don't you, in any sort of tournament, but particularly here, just get a rack on the board and see where you go from there.
Yeah, and I think they break down percentages. Jeremy Jones has discussed it before. I've discussed it. I know Carl's been involved in discussing it, but it seems like 70% or somewhere around there of the players that win that first game go on to win the match. Now, in this environment, everything might be different, right? It's a very intimidating environment. This is, without a doubt, the best venue we've seen in professional cue sports.
Yeah, you won't see it from obviously this shot, but it's a huge arena, this, and there's tables wherever you look, action going on wherever you look. So, rack number 2, Kaci, of course, having won the opener.
Yeah, so this is going to be a cut break. He's looking to play the 1 to the right middle. Like to arc the cue ball back and forth, just across or into the 9. Keep your eye on the yellow 1. And there you get another look. He actually caught those a little thick, Dave. The cue ball come 2 rails above the left middle, but it's turned out real sweet. He's got a good shot on the 2, and I don't see a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, everything's in play, isn't it? So it's a definite chance to run out here. In terms of this year, he's been runner-up in the Premier League, Kaci. He was in the semis of the World Pool Masters, semis of the Scottish Open as well. But of course, they all won trophies.
And he's looking to see if he can get the ball cleaned. I think he also finished. Probably wrong, but I think he's pretty sure he finished on the final the PLP this year at Jason Shaw's room in Connecticut. He and his brother, Shane Van Bonen, beat Koping Chung and Koping Yi in the final 4. Big shot here.
Yeah, to make it into a bigger shot the longer he takes over it, I guess. Feels it's probably key to winning this rack.
Well, that's a very good point, right? Sometimes when is it overthinking? And to your point, Dave, which is a very valid point, and I'm sure it's the same in snooker, right? There comes a moment where you can talk yourself out of the shot or just really work yourself into a cluster that's not necessarily needed. He makes that shot 1,000 out of 1,000 in practice.
Yeah, sometimes, certainly from the snooker world, you have to sort of kid yourself sometimes. It's not as tough as you think, and just play it. Just play the shot. You'll probably get it. But he did take a long time over it, didn't he? And he didn't get it.
And I like what he thought there. He wanted to use the 8 as cover, and I think he's got backup with the 6 and the 4. Looks like he's going to go to the second rail, and he did. Did he get a good rub? Ignacio going to be able to see a piece of this, I believe. Two rails towards the back of the 3, utilizing the 9, the 6, and the 4. If he can see all the 2, he might be able to go a different route. He might even be able to make the 2. Let's see what he's got in mind. Yeah, pretty cagey play right there. Makes this ball tougher to hit versus trying to come back behind the 3. So out there in the middle makes the kick a lot tougher. Boy, he's going to go with the 1 rail here, where you might be able to consider the 2 rail option to the top right long rail and the short rail towards the back of the 2. Might have been a bigger ball to hit.
Well, he's had now a better chance to go in, having missed the 2 initially.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of trouble here. 1 rail up for the pink in the left middle. Yeah, a little light. So he's going to be going away from the purple 5. That's what he's looking at here, this angle.
Should just say you can hear those beeps. That's not on this match. There's a shot clock on the main table. If you're wondering what that's about, if you're wondering why he's not rushing or asking for time extensions, that doesn't apply on this table.
He's held it nicely. If he proceeds to get out here, this will send a message to Ignacio. Such a smooth cueist. Transition is pure.
keeping that cue down. The humidity is going to be a factor in this event, I think. One thing no one can control is the weather. It's out of everybody's control. But you can control yourself at the table. He didn't, of course, run out from the break, missed the 2, but got the cover. Ignacio scratched, and this is for 2-0 for Kaci. So it's a good start for him. He can forget about the earlier miss. He's won the rack, and his opponent just looking a little edgy early on. And of course, the further he goes behind, the more edgy I guess he's going to get. He's going to try and get involved.
Lot to this event. It might get in some people's minds, and we've discussed that as well. I think there's at least 30 guys that can win this tournament. I know there's more than that are capable, Dave. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Joshua Filler's always on my mind. I do think Jason Shaw will get up for this event. Fedor Gorst clearly feels good getting the monkey off his back with his last major. It's going to be interesting.
Find out, of course, on Saturday. It's going to be a big occasion, isn't it? Playing for $250,000, and of course a chance maybe to become world champion for the first time, or add your name again to that roll of honour. Kaci 2015 was the champion. He's 2 racks to the good here. First to 9, remember.
Yeah, I think these players are aware, Dave. This event is life-changing, right? You win this event, pretty sure it's going to stick with you for a long time to come. And this man at the table, trying to get the 1 down. He caught him a fraction thing. You got to wonder if he made the adjustment from the time before. Even though he got the 1 down the time before, he caught him thick. This time, caught him too thin.
Already that 9 is right over that pocket.
Yeah, and it's a big opportunity for Ignacio to get on the table or get on the board. I'd like to be in the middle somewhere where he just put his cue. Anywhere there, he can carry him the 9 at worst. This will be okay. Might have to hit this with a little pace.
That'll do nicely. Exactly what he was looking for. He kind of needed, I'm not saying a gift, but he needed a relatively easy shot, didn't he, just to get on the board. And there it is, the 9 in, the combination. So, Jeffrey Ignacio delighted to get on the board. Maybe he'll just relax a bit now. Remember, it's, as I say, first to 9 in the first round. It is double elimination as well, of course. 128 players here, top 100 on the World Nineball Tour. There's also local wildcards. There's been some qualifying as well. It really is as well an international field. Really terrific to see so many countries represented. And wouldn't it be great if one of the Saudi players got on a run here for the local fans. There's actually a fan zone outside as well, which is terrific. So if anyone's in the area, do come down because there's plenty to enjoy around and about this event.
Yeah, that fan zone's fascinating. I got a ride in from that area there, and I thought I was at the Super Bowl. I really felt like it was out of this world. I was like, is this pool or is this football?
Yeah, it's a massive step up. Of course, the sport's been growing and growing on the Matchroom, and now here we are at the World Championship. And as I say, a lot of excited pool players here. Very grateful players as well, with the chance to, as you say, change their life this week. Ignacio then on the board, 2-1. He trails.
Yeah, and he definitely direly needs to get the 1 down. And that's pretty good speed. He got a good kiss right there mid-rack as well. Take another look. Yeah, he got a good kiss on the brown 7. He's going to have a shot on the 2. Not easy. He's got some work to do here. He's Gotta want to avoid the brown 7, Dave. Coming back and forth for the red 3 in the top right. Need to get that rack moved. Yeah, and you can see from this angle here, that 7 is a big ball if he wants to go back and forth, so he's gonna have to manipulate the angle. I believe he wants to stay above it if he takes it on. We're playing on 4-inch pockets, new cloth. It is Simona's cloth. And he is aggressive, and he will take it on. And he's overcut it. It's down. Just punch out one rail here. Really clean stroke. He's overhit that ball. Gonna be fine. What a clean hit. He generates a lot of power. Very loose player once in transition to making the ball. Fun player to watch when he gets going.
Yeah, he did win a 10-ball event, didn't he, this year, Indonesia International Open. Beat FSR in the semis and Robbie Capito in the final, because he just won the UK Open recently.
Watch the corner. Don't want to get flat here. It's going to be all right. Come out 2 rails here, I believe. He's got plenty of angle. Center to high left ball. He's looking at the angle now. He can afford to get straight on the 7. It's not the end of the world. That's what he's done. Just stop your ball here. Take what it gives you. A little movement there.
Yeah, he still looks a little nervy, but at the same time, he has won a rack, so maybe that's just carrying him through here. He needs this, of course, to level up. Well, he took them out well in the end, so 2-0 down and just struggling a bit, but won that last one with the combination, and this was the winning 9 in rack 4, 2-2.
Looks like Big Co gonna take a break, Dave.
Yeah.
We'll be right back with you.
Yeah, do stay with us as the first session of the World Pool Championship will continue when the play. Well, while we wait for the players to return, this is what's happening on the other tables. Of course, FSR is on the main table. You can watch that, of course, there. He's 2 up already there. And I'm sure you've got Plenty of favourite players. Chris Melling, I was actually chatting to yesterday. He missed the bus down here, had to get a taxi. But anyway, he's 2-1 up in his match. Skylar Woodward there, 2-1 up as well. Very early stages, but all the matches underway. And there is also the junior event as well, which is good to see. And they're playing their first session here, as you can see as well, the Saudi Junior Championship.
Yeah, and it looks like they're getting on with it, Dave.
Yeah. Showing the seniors the way there.
Roland Garcia leading Nicholas De Leon from Phoenix, Arizona. Roland just left New Orleans, played a big tournament there at Buffalo's Billiards.
Yeah, just to remind you, the main table where Francisco Sanchez Rios is now 3-1 up. You can of course watch around the world, and also table 2. This is table 1. It's a bit confusing. We've got the main table. We're doing table 1. Table 2 is also being streamed. So that's Carl Maroto is 2-1 down there to Carl. As I say, although this is the richest ever tournament, in a way it's only the start. It's going to grow and grow, isn't it, over the next decade, which is great for these guys. Great time to be a pool player.
Yeah, it really is a great time to be a pool player. And I've also been told that there's about 12 guys, or at least a handful of guys from Saudi Arabia themselves that play real good, and from this area. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. It'd be fun to see one of those guys break through this week.
Yeah, I was talking this morning to one of the guys in our crew, and he actually went, they did a bit of filming in one of the local clubs yesterday, and he said it's really busy. Good to see, you know, the excitement that's already here. And as I say, if one of the locals were to get on a run, that would be a big story here. I'm sure the crowds as well would turn out to see it. Just waiting for the players to do the match after this one, table 1, Kaci against Omar Al v Q8.
Yeah, and Omar Al Shaheen teaching in his town where he lives here. The break here, Dave. Nothing down again. The one coming short of the little pocket. A little tricky. Blue 2 in the lower right. He's elevated over the brown 7. The defensive play isn't straightforward. Great angle there. We are playing all ball fouls. Do not want to touch a ball with your cue or your hand. Cue ball going to get loose here, I believe. He's going to play the 1. He's got a big pocket. He's going to have to use some inside cue ball. Wouldn't mind contact with the brown, I don't think. Now he's leveled out. Oh, he's played this. What a hit, Dave.
Yeah, as I said earlier, you know, it's an attacking game, Paul, but if you're going to play defensive shot, make it a really good one. And he did.
Yeah, he used a kind of a force follow high cue ball to arc it over there behind the 2 and 4. Caught the 1 thick. Pretty tricky little shot he played. And a tough route to the yellow one.
Yeah, taking a bit of thinking about this, and of course, he could still hit it and leave it on. So it's trouble.
Yeah, and you mentioned the carom that Ignacio was left to get started, and I think that's what he needed to really get loosened up. Kind of carried the momentum from there, and boy, what a shot so far. This has been the shot of the match. That defensive play was spectacular. Looking to tie the two up here, maybe? That's how tough it is to get to the one. Typically, you won't see guys tie the next ball up because he knows he's relinquishing ball in hand. But that's how tough it was to get to the one, so he's going to take his chances. Try and go into the pro side of this ball here, the two. Split him perfectly, Dave.
That's the problem, I guess, when you have ball in hand. He was able to sort of pick his angle to do that. Problem from Kopinyi's point of view, that is.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how tough it was. Credit to Ignacio for the defensive play. He must get out here to really make a statement. He's got to get on the 4, up and down, between the 6 and 8, ideally. Somewhere back out towards the center would be great. That'll work. I get to stop. He doesn't want the wrong angle. He's got options here. Wants to avoid the 7, though. Wouldn't be surprised if he comes 3 rails. A little different, his cueing action. He looks like he's cueing to the left of the ball and then goes right. Yeah, he's more center there, or center left, and then turns into the right side of the cue ball. A little different. Or misleading, I should say. Full of talent, this guy.
Well, he had the chance, didn't he? Played that really nasty little defensive shot, actually. And now it's up to him to pot these last 2 balls, and he'll be in front for the first time. So 2 to the good. Kopinyi was looking the more confident, and the danger was he starts to run away with it. It's not happened. It's Jeffrey Ignacio who takes the lead at 3-2. Very interesting start, this. I think he was struggling a bit early, wasn't he, with the table and just the conditions, but he seems to be over that now, judging by that visit.
a 3-2 lead he'll be happy with.
Good to see a few in as well. It's a big arena this, so the crowd obviously are spread around the various tables, but quite a bit of interest already in this one. Makes a difference for the players. Players brought here, there's a special bus with all the pictures of the big hitters and branding. I mean, that just tells you, you know, the fact there's a special bus to bring the players in, that this tournament's gone up a level.
Yeah, and on the drive in, there's all these banners and big standing poles with players' pictures on them. And I mean, there's signs for miles down the road saying World Pool Championship and leading the way to this arena or to this venue. There you see it. He's made the adjustment. He's got the one down. And he's got a shot on the two. These players, Dave, they like to avoid these middle pockets. Is he forced to go to the corner, or does he go to the middle here? Looking at it. You've got to hit it in the meat of the pocket, that's for certain. Little body movement again. I saw a little flinch, but he's turned out real nice. Clearly, the three passes, the pink in the left middle.
Yeah, I think this would, if he could win the rack here, run out, it would be a real statement, I think.
Yeah, and what he's looking at there is he's seeing if the pink passes the purple 5 in the top left. That way he doesn't have to do so much with the cue ball. Otherwise, he's going to have to kind of zip the cue ball up between the 4 and 7 to play the 4 in the left middle. If it passes in the top left corner, makes life a lot easier, but he's going to zip it. And that'll be fine.
Yeah, it just stopped, didn't it? He was just a bit concerned he might finish on top of that brown, but no, he's okay. Yeah, I guess you know you always, in any cue sport, you're looking for signs from your opponent. You're thinking he's not up to this today, but if he takes these out, then you know that he is. And the sort of balance of power in the match has shifted completely.
Yeah, it definitely has shifted. I kind of wonder, you know, I'm not real good geographically, but I kind of wonder the flight differences for both of these guys, how long they've been here. I think that's all a factor, a real big factor. I talked to the players from the U.S. quite a bit about that. You know, jet lag is a real thing. I think he who rests the most will probably shine in this event.
I don't need to tell you, various things can go wrong travelling, can't they? Suitcases going missing, which you had, I know. So things like that can add to the stress if that's happened to any of the players.
Yeah, and you're right. A lot of things can happen. He's come up short here. And I think that's the only thing we've seen from him so far in this match. He's come up short a few times. You know he's had time to practice. So is he decelerating a little bit? Evaluating this. He's on the 50, Dave. Worried about the top right corner with the cue ball. Or the right middle with the cue ball. Which one does he play the 7 in? I think he's got to go to the right middle with it. Oh, made it look easy. Look at this hit.
Been a lot of shots like that from him in this match where he looked tentative and then he just got down and played a beautiful shot.
Yeah, it's what he tends to do. He's so fluid.
So he was trailing by 2 and hadn't done much to that point, but now Certainly looking the stronger. Kaci has got to try and get in and make things happen, but that was very impressive in the end from Jeffrey Ignacio, who's gone 4-2 in front in this race to 9.
Yeah, and even though you would think Kaci's a big favorite in this match, or on paper maybe, he really isn't. I think the fans know that as well. They are starting to pool in here, no pun intended, to watch this match.
Yeah, no, of course, you know, the circuit's building up all the time. There's more tournaments all the time, so they're playing more and more, and therefore, you know, they're all competitive, aren't they? That's the thing. And the more you play, the more regularly you play, the more confident you're going to be. Okay, Ignacio's 87 in the rankings, but it doesn't really come into it, I don't think. It's we've seen in other Q sports, it's on the day, really. They can all play. It's very high standard, great strength and depth.
Yeah, and I do think that this is one of the guys that could actually win the tournament if he gets comfortable. You haven't heard a lot from him over the last couple of years, but boy, I tell you, I've seen him play some great pool, and he is one of the guys that I think could win the tournament. But you start to stretch that out, we've discussed it, I truly deep down think there's 40 or 50 guys that could win the tournament. You could have a breakthrough moment, breakthrough player at any given time, and he's one of them, especially if he wins a match like this, Dave.
Be interesting if he can maybe go a bit further in front, then maybe the pressure comes on. Okay, I've got to get it won now. But anyway, it's a good problem to have. He's 4-2 up at the moment. So it's already well saying Kaci's got to be in, but of course, got to get to the table first.
Yeah, and that's more of the action he wants. The cue ball got a little low or got away from him a fraction. So even if he can see the blue too, it's a challenge. Maybe this is a scenario where you consider the rollout. For people at home, that's what he's doing. He's called a push. So he's got the option to shoot it where he wants and play it how he wants, and his opponent has the option to take it or give it back.
Yeah, we can't obviously quite see. We're not down the line of the shot, but these two both had a good look.
Yeah, and if Big Co is giving it back, it tells me it's not easy. Yeah. Wow, look at this. Pretty good. Seems comfortable to me, Dave. He seems very comfortable.
Yeah, he's certainly grown that way, I think, hasn't he, as the match gone, and you saw Kaci and you just tapped the table. Appreciation of that last shot.
Yeah, reminiscent of the safe he played earlier on the one. I mean, he's executed them perfectly. From there, it wasn't easy. He had to avoid the kiss, and he killed the cue ball with a high outside ball to straighten it out and get it behind the brown. We're going airborne. What do you think about the jump cue, Dave? They don't use it in snooker, do they?
No, it's a foul, yeah.
Okay.
In snooker, yeah.
Yeah.
You see it accidentally played when players sort of miscue at times.
Yeah, he went to attack there.
When did he last see a pot though in this match? You know, he's been shut out, hasn't he, completely?
Yeah, I believe he was 2-0 in the lead, and since then, to your point, he's had nothing to look at. Ignacio faced with a little trouble here. Is he looking at the two to the top right? He definitely looked at the line. It's asking a lot. But sometimes they say when the defensive play is as difficult as the offensive play, well, sometimes you want to take your chances with the offensive play. And you can see there with his cue, he wanted to get the 2 behind the 9. This isn't terrible though. The 6 is in the way of the cue ball, it looks. The shot, not easy. Wondering if he can hit this with some type of pace and bend around the green. 6. A mishit, and that's going to cost him. You've got to expect Ignacio to get out here with ball in hand.
Yeah, that shot just represents, I think, how the match is completely turned around. Kaci kind of just all at sea now. As I say, he hasn't seen anything easy for a long time and just lost his touch a bit.
Yeah, agreed. You've got to give credit to Ignacio. The speed on that last play, even though he left Ko a shot on the 2, it wasn't easy. He knew he had trouble going into the 6. It all came apart.
Well, he's just got to be hopeful, Kaci. Just hope for one mistake that could turn it back again, because that could easily happen. Got to be ready if it does.
Mark a fraction here. He should be fine. 1 rail out to the center of the table. Anywhere straight on the purple 5 is good. Notice the green 6 near the purple 5, so not a lot of work left to do here. Get past this. Everything leads to itself. Done. To your point, Dave, it looks like he's settled in, really starting to flow, and that's what he does. Dangerous man when he gets on with it.
Well, he's certainly been effective at not leaving really anything for Kaci to go. Certainly nothing easy. And then, of course, it's up to him to do the rest. And 3 balls here for a 5-2 lead. Just to reiterate, those pips, that's not from this table. That's from the main table. Not a shot clock on this match.
Yeah, it's a good sign, actually, from Ignacio. He's rooting the cue ball or willing it to go a little further, so he's really starting to zone in on what he's doing. Whereas if this was the first game, I think he'd be thrilled with being right here. Now, wanting to get perfect, nothing wrong with it. Oh, he's got a long reach, and that is why.
Yeah, he really was stretching on that, but anyway, here we are. This is for that 5-2 lead, and now it starts to get serious, I think, for his opponent. The scoreline, but also just he has not really had anything to go at since he led by 2. There it is then. So Jeffrey Ignacio has won 5 racks on the spin, and he's only 4 from victory, leading 5-2. Kaci, the 2015 champion, the 12th best player in the world on the ranking list, he's in a spot of bother.
Yeah, and to your point, though, it isn't that he's done much wrong.
No.
Been total control from Ignacio. And I felt like I touched on that in the beginning before this match really started. I felt like this was a feature match, and that's why we're doing this commentary.
That's the thing. I think if you can cut out just the elementary errors, you know, you're going to be hard to beat, obviously, and that's what Kaci needs now. He needs to be let in, and then it's up to him. Obviously, we know he can reel racks off in no time, but at the moment he's just hoping for that. There's not a lot he can do to force it to happen.
No, there's a good look at him. He doesn't look too panicked, does he? But I think he's thinking like you are, Dave. I mean, he knows that he really hasn't had an opportunity. There's not much he can do, and he's just hoping for that opportunity to be let in.
Well, let's see. It's 5-2. It's a race to 9. Jeffrey Ignacio of the Philippines leading here on the first session of the World Pool Championship in Jeddah in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Big week, everyone wanting to do well, but all the sort of pre-tournament excitement has gone now. We're into it, and this is a very important stage of the match. Ignacio looking to pull away towards victory. Kaci hoping to peg him back.
Yeah, and that's something he's done well at, and he's gotten a nice rub on the 2. Where's the pink finish? Oh, boy. This is not a good sign for Kaci.
No, as you say, it was a nice little kiss, and the stars just sort of aligning, aren't they, for Ignacio? Little 9 nudge the blue there, the 2.
And this is also a good sign for Marboys. He plays for Marboys out of the Philippines. Bernie Regulario, the young gun, out here, plays tomorrow. One of my favorite players. Also plays for the Marboys group.
That's the thing as well, this event, of all the ones you can win now, it's going to propel a player who might be sort of quite well known into the kind of Q Sports stratosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, in my opinion, I think this is probably the biggest rotation tournament we've had in possibly recent history, if not history. I think this is the most monumental event of my time in 9-ball pool. Matchroom, Saudis, they're doing it right. He'd like to have been a little flatter on this or a little straighter. I think he's just fine. I don't think he's got to go to that right rail. Doesn't really want to contact the 8 here. If he has to come over to the right long rail, he will. He contacted the 8. You can see him scratching his head. He didn't want to do that. He will be okay. It was a big pocket. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't think this is anything to stress over, Dave. Just go on with it, right?
Well, we said earlier, didn't we? You know, if you start building shots up, you know, in your own mind, you're creating pressure when it doesn't need to be any.
Yeah, it wasn't like he missed the ball. He just caught a piece of the 8. The 8 was always there. Yeah, he's caught a piece of the 9 now, and one problem could lead to another, Dave. He's gotten pretty flat. Does he have an angle to come out?
Just, I think in his own mind, he's feeling this has got more complicated than it should have been.
Absolutely right. Yeah, he's made it tougher than it is, and I think it's in his own mind, like you said. Really stressing over this, so he must be fairly straight here on the 7. Doesn't want to take the long 8 on. Is this a turning point in the match? Oh, he's played it rail first.
Well, the body language wasn't good, was it? You know, he was tapping the rail and he was not looking happy, but then he plays a great shot. I think he's showing good character in this match. You know, any sort of negative energy has been dispelled in time to actually play the shot. So this is for a 6-2 lead. Well, what a performance it's turning into for Jeffrey Ignacio, who is now just 3 from victory. It wasn't the most straightforward, but he just held his head up, and that's good. That's what you need to do. Any sort of negative thoughts, they were there, but he got rid of them in time to take those out. So 6-2, and again, you know, what is Kopin supposed to do?
Yeah, that's the question. That remains the question. I thought we might see a blunder there. It just started to get that feeling, right? But it didn't happen.
It's like he sort of gave himself a talking to. You know, okay, it should have been easier, but I'm still going to pot them. And, well, again, he just had to watch. Nothing he could do.
Maybe a little more concerned look on the face of Ko. But still, like you say, not much you can do.
No, you're hoping for the mistake that obviously will get you in, but also will really affect mentally your opponent. But it just hasn't come. And time's running out.
Yeah, Ignacio putting on a show here, really. Playing superb. Been very consistent with the 1 on the break. That's key, because if you don't get that ball down or don't get a ball down on the break, then you don't have control.
So he leads 6-2, and he needs 3 more to win this first match.
Oh, he's got a nice kiss, but then a bad kiss. 6. Gonna cause problems for the blue 2. And you'll notice right there, the 2 catches the 1 and, or excuse me, catches the cue ball up towards the top right. He's gonna have to go defensive here, Dave, right? I think he's got to chip this 2 and try and come behind the 8-9, or what's he got in mind?
Well, of course, that's been a big part of why he's in front. His defensive play has been so good so far.
Yeah, touchy here. Real easy to leave the gap between the 8 and 9. Also real easy, if he doesn't catch it thin enough, to leave the 2 in front of the right middle. So he's got to really catch it thin. Now he's looking back here. Oh, he's calling the push out. You rarely see players do this, especially when they're wide open to the object ball. Interesting play. Not saying it's the wrong play, just interesting. You gotta wonder. He didn't feel good about chipping the 2. Is this an opportunity for Ko to take control? Can he get back over behind the 7 and the pink? Maybe chip the 2 down here below the 8 and 9. What's he got in mind? He's caught it just a fraction thick, a little thinner, and he gets behind the 8-9. I thought he might consider catching it even thinner and trying to get that cue ball all the way over back behind the pink. So it proved so far to be the right decision by Ignacio. I believe he was trying to get behind the 3 there. He put his hand up like he got a little lucky. Well, you're entitled. You've played pretty good so far, young man.
Doesn't cheer up his opponent too much though. He's just getting the odd bit of running as well.
Well, going airborne. Very difficult to keep the cue ball on the table. So close. Oh, wow. Watch the middle. How did he do, Dave?
Well, this could be the moment it turns. You know, Ignacio was apologising, but he might be on the wrong end of it here.
Yeah, it's a good point. He might be. And does the pink pass the brown 7? We can go back to the rollout where Ignacio tried to use the 7 to cover the pink up in the top left.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, okay, the shot, the defensive shot on the 2 wasn't easy, but he just handed the initiative over, didn't he? He said, I don't want to play it. I'm going to hand it to you, and maybe that has actually turned things. We'll see.
Yeah, but you're right that it can have a tendency to tell your opponent, hey, maybe he's a little tentative here. And Ignacio got a little negative the game prior. He did get out. He did run the rest of the rack. But we'll see what happens. This tells me the ball passes, and if it doesn't, he's got to land good on the combination. I think he's fallen perfect here.
Well, the main thing is he's potting balls again, which he's not been able to do since rack 2.
Boy, this must be tight. He's had a good look at it several times. Big moment for Big Co. And he's short here, Dave. Just a fraction. So he's looking to come to the left side of this lower right corner with an outside ball. He's going to miss the 9. Boy, it seems dangerous, but the angle must present itself. A little different when you're at the table than where we are. Can't ask for much more than that. He's got to come up with one more good one.
Such an important moment in this match. It's not straightforward, but he can nail this. Want a chance to pull one back, get back into it. He's been shut out comprehensively for the last 6 racks.
Yeah, and I think he's pretty thin here. He might have to come 3 rails to the left side of the table. Oh, it's cleanly hit. And that'll send a message to his opponent, Jeffrey, that he needs to stay on the gas when the opportunity arises.
Well, Kopin, you didn't see a pot for basically 6 racks, and this was not straightforward when he came to the table. So what a visit that is. Absolutely brilliant from Ko Pin-Yi to very much keep himself in this match and just send a message. It is not done yet, not by a long way. 6-3, remember it's a race to 9. That was a terrific visit. I mean, we kept seeing him. They kept cutting to in the chair, just waiting for a chance. Chance came. He played the jump shot, of course, and kept going.
Yeah, it's actually been a really good match, right? Both of these guys have made very few, if any, mistakes. I'm excited to see what happens here. I'm kind of interested to see how Ignacio holds up in the later part of this match.
Of course, the danger now with obviously Ko Pin-Yi having the break, he could be sat there now for 4 or 5 racks, not being able to get to the table and having to think about, did I make the right decision with that push out earlier on? All these things kind of going to be entering his mind, aren't they?
No, that's very key. Great to point that out. I was a little taken back by the decision. I understand that you want to tie the 7 up or tie the 4 up and keep it from going, but at the same time, you had a forward look at the 2. You could have chipped it. You've been great at the defensive plays early on. To pass that up and go a different direction with the push out does send some type of a message to your opponent. Well, look what happened. Your opponent wins this game. I don't know what effect that had, but what effect will it have going forward?
Well, remember last shot Ignacio played, he apologised. He reckoned he got fortunate, but that was his last shot. Anyway, Ko Pin-Yi has the break back. 3-6.
Yeah, really bearing down on this break. He knows how important it is to keep control. Oh, and that's the hit he's looking for. Is he going to get a shot on the 2? And he is. So to your point, Dave, does he take control for the next few racks?
That's the danger, isn't it? That's the danger. Certainly the way he won that last rack, he didn't look like someone who'd been sat out for, 20 minutes.
No, he didn't. He's got to come with a couple good shots. Looking to come all the way over here to the left side of the table for the 3 in the top left. He's got to play the 2, the top right. He's got options, but he wants to get position on the 4. So however he gets on this 3, needs to land nicely to get to the 4. And from there, still got a little work to do with the 7 where it's at. I don't see a lot of trouble past the 4, though. Two big shots coming up here. Starting with the 2. Yeah, he's elected to come all the way over. I can't blame him. What's he got in mind here? Looks like he's going to go forward and avoid the 8. You can hear the pocket. Clean, very clean, Dave.
Yeah, he's proved his mettle, hasn't he? In the last few minutes. Got to keep going though. Just one shot, as we know, can change things again.
A little tricky, 7 ball. Their fundamentals. This family of players, the 3 brothers, fundamentals as good as they get. taking a look at the 7 and where he wants to be. I think he's made his mind up. Looks like he's considering the top left corner for that brown ball.
Oh, it wriggled.
Yes, it did, and I did say that these players will avoid the middle pockets. That was straightforward into the middle pocket, and he went out of his way to play it in the top right. A little steeper angle. He caught that ball pretty thick, a little steeper angle, and I think he was wanting, Dave, I don't know, might change his mind and go to the top right with the brown 7. Depends on how he feels when he gets down on this ball. That's what he's evaluating now. Not much that young man can do either. Now it's almost reminiscent of what Ko has been dealing with.
He's sort of doing that thing of sort of not watching and then a little glance over just at the moment. That old thing. I'm not watching, honestly. Oh, actually, I am, yeah.
Yeah, I've done that a time or two.
Not liking what he's seeing. Again, this has not been straightforward, but Ko Pin-Yi, mentally, clearly very strong. Didn't panic at 6-2 down. Just had to wait for the chance, which he has grasped now with both hands. Still trailing, but at the moment, obviously looking the stronger of the two. It's in his hands. He's got the break, of course, because he's pulled another one back. Another terrific rack from Ko Pin-Yi. It's been a good match, this, and there's only 2 in it now at 6-4.
Yeah, it's been a good match, like you said. I don't know how long it's been since they've actually missed a ball, right? I don't know. It's been a long time since I believe they've missed a ball that they're supposed to make. Safeties were great as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was rack 2, wasn't it, Ko Pin-Yi? You missed that, the blue 2. A tough one to put in the pocket to top right of your screen. And that might have been it, actually.
Yeah, and that was the one where you kind of said he might have talked himself out of that. And I agree. I think he's supposed to make that 9 times out of 10 easily. And since then, it's been a clean match.
Yeah, and we will see how it transpires. Of course, Ko Pin-Yi is a former champion. 2015 beat Shaheen Van Boning in the final 13-11 last year. Won the World Pool Masters. Beat the man we're going to be seeing next, actually. Kaci 13-5, former World Cup of Pool winner as well, and 12th in the world, obviously one of the favourites this year, and last couple of racks justifying that status. Still trailing, as I say, but he's got the advantage of the break.
Yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning. I mean, we've got to talk about the equipment, right? Maybe the table's playing a little easier or a little more for the player right now. Jeremy Jones touched on that. He felt like these tables might play a little more for the player this week. Or are these guys just playing that good? Could be a little both. Was a little thin there. It seemed like he hit him a little firmer as well. He caught the 8. He's got that down with a couple kisses. Now what? Ignacio going to get back to the table. Can he chip the right side of this one, sending it towards the pink 4 and come around using the 6 and 9? Is that on, or is it too thin? He could also play the 1-2 rails and maybe go into the back of the 4. The pink 4 with the cue ball. Let's see what he's thinking. Looked like he was elevating there for a minute. Yeah, so what's he got in mind? So he did play the chip shot, Dave. I think he's left the window.
Yeah, things are sort of maybe changing again. That's quite a narrow gap, but looks like he's got it. He just seemed to sort of run through all the options there, didn't he, as he was sort of thinking about playing it various different ways. Wasn't quite sure of the best way to go.
He kind of fooled me multiple times. I thought he was going to draw the ball, then I thought he was going to cut the ball, then I thought he was going to kick the ball. I didn't know what he was doing. Well, he finally shot the first shot I mentioned. I think here, if he can see enough of it, he's got to go for the pot, right? Yeah, I believe that that's what he's got to do if he can see enough. Well, he could. That's a ball missed. Overcut that ball.
Bit of a trudge back to the seat as well.
Body language doesn't look great to me.
It's strange, isn't it? Because it sort of now doesn't feel like he's in front. I mean, 6-4, you know, you'd take that at the start of the match, but it's just the way things are sort of developed. He's lost a bit of confidence, even though he's leading.
Yeah, very interesting. Clean strike there. He's going to have a cut on the blue 2. I don't know that you can ask for much more than that. Due to where the 3 is, if you just come back and forth and get out in the center, really put all your focus into making this. He's going quick to it, so he's weighing it up. Don't really think you want to relinquish your position at the table. Again, you've got the momentum. Definitely makeable. Nothing easy, but these guys are the best of the best. I think the 3 down here on the lower right, Dave, dictates this shot. If it's not sitting there, you might have to rethink it. Your percentages of coming away with a shot on the red 3 in the lower right are pretty high. Looks like he's wanting to put a lot of left on this ball. I don't know. He just never seemed comfortable, did he?
No, I think it's one of those, like you say, where the 3 is, he knew he had to play it, he just didn't want to, but he did play it, and he took a long time over it, kept wiping his cue down, just didn't like it. He sort of had a sort of look on his face as if to say, yeah, I've got to play this, but just didn't feel comfortable.
Yeah, that's about exactly the sense you could get from him. Ignacio, with a big opportunity to get back on the board. And this is what he does. Look at the spin he's put on this ball. Was that necessary? Well, you be the judge. I don't know. But the people liked it.
Yeah.
And I liked it.
There is something certainly about cue sports when you see them sort of up close in the flesh, as it were. You know, you do see the skill. It's more evident actually even than watching on telly. And I'm sure there'll be people here watching for the first time as well that maybe play at one of the clubs I mentioned earlier. What a chance to see the best in the world doing this stuff. And that can only inspire you if you are certainly starting out to really keep going. Maybe one day they'll be here.
He's asking for the cue ball to be clean. Either he noticed something on it, maybe a little reaction there when he made contact with the 3. Neither here nor there. He's on his way to a 3-game lead. I don't see much slowing him down. Acting like he's come up a bit short here. And I believe he has come up a bit short. We might see a stroke shot here. And we did get to see it. It's going to land okay, but a little shallow. He could have played that in the top left corner. Decided to come all the way around.
Well, he wasn't looking happy earlier, as I say. He's trudged back to his seat. Felt he left a big chance for Kaci, but Kaci didn't like that 2. In the end, he was right not to. So he lost 2 ranks on the spin, but this to go 7-4 in this race to 9. Kaci, arms folded, just had to watch that. He did have a chance, didn't take it, never liked the shot he was faced with, didn't get it. And Jeffrey Ignacio has gone 7-4 to the good. And as I say, you know, he almost kind of had to remind himself there, I'm still in front. Okay, lost a couple, and you know, his odd mistake here and there, but the fact is he was still in front, finished it nicely. So the next rack is huge, of course.
Yeah. And sometimes we can be our own worst enemy, right? In any cue sport or any sport involving a ball and a club or a ball and a cue, we can be our own worst enemy. Even though we have the lead, sometimes it's easy to fall into that mindset, but looks like Jeffrey's working his way out of it. He's played great so far. Both of them really have played a solid match for being their opening match on tight tables in this venue with this prize money.
Crowd has grown as well, hasn't it, as the nights go on? Maybe word getting around that this is a good game, and I'm sure people, obviously, they can move around the various tables. You can see a few people coming in now as this match approaches the climax. They don't want to miss it, so that's great to see.
Saudi Arabia setting the bar. We've talked about it over and over. $250,000 to the winner. That doesn't include other deals that winner will get, including sponsors, berths to other events, including guaranteed spot, I would believe, in the Moscone Cup, depending on where you're from. Uh-oh. And I don't know here. Looks like he can get to the 2. I don't know how much of it he can get to. If he can bank the 2 back up between the 4 and 9 and use the 3, or just use the 3 somehow. Oh. Pretty good there. This hit should be pretty easy. Dave, I don't know how hard the hit will be, but needs to get separation.
Yeah, this is a key part of the match now, clearly, for Kopin Yi.
Wants to catch the bottom side of this, too. I don't believe it plays in the middle right. Or at least the bottom half with a high cue ball. High will act as low, and he can stun down below the 9, maybe below the 3, get some distance. It's all you can ask for. Not bad, right? Pretty good distance. He's got the 2 in a funny position. There you did get a good look at the people in the background. As Dave said, they're piling in. They know what a good match looks like. Tricky here. And he knows it. So a real nice play by Kopin Yi. Where do you go, Dave? Yeah, pretty clever. I don't know that he got there, but pretty clever.
Yeah, it's obviously always more difficult if it's just a single ball you're trying to cover with. Got Kaci again, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's trying to use each long rail, right? Even if he doesn't get cover on the single ball, which is the brown 7. Looking to get another pool ball cleaned, but still a pretty clever shot. If he doesn't get that cover, he's not leaving anything easy. Creating distance. A lot of work has gone into this venue, into this event. It's mind-boggling to see what Emily Frazier and Matchroom have done, teamed up with the Saudis. Oh, what a clean hit. How's this going to finish?
Yeah, it was a different sort of shot, wasn't it? But in the last rack, he had a sort of thin cut there, and he didn't like it, and he didn't get it, but got that one.
Yeah, and I feel like the shot he had last rack might have been a little easier than that, but he was just totally committed there. You could see he was committed to the pot, whereas he was in between the rack prior. Really just needs to get this down. The pink 4, it will play in the left middle. He's got a little more angle than we thought. Good look there. Not thrilled about it, Dave, and the reason being is he caught it a little thicker than he thought he would. Like to have come off the rail a bit more. He's got a pretty steep angle. I think he can get around. He's gonna have to hit this with speed. Not a fun thing to do going into that left middle with pace. Better be accurate.
Yeah, not a lot of margin for error, of course, with the match score line as it is.
Is he entertaining the bank? Maybe playing a two-way. No, he's elevating. So he must be. Yeah, so he tried to cross the face of that, Dave, whereas I thought he could roll it across the face of it. Maybe use the brown 7 as cover if he happened to miss it. These 9-ball players, they don't like to roll things. They want to ensure the make. Well, he ensured the mistake there. Made this look so easy from that position. Six ball, pretty awkward. Needs to carry an angle due to the position of the 7. Does he come all the way down past the 9? Just try to get close to it, or does he just come one rail over? That's what he's done. This is the problem. You don't want to get flat or straight in. He can manage this. There. Go forward, easier to miss the ball. Knowing him, he might draw it back below the 9. Well, look at this. He did draw it back below the 9, and he's missed the ball.
It's such a vital rack, this, and I think that's reflected in the last few shots we've seen.
And you've got to wonder, is that why he's in the 87th spot? I don't know that everybody would have played that shot that way. Pretty tough the way he hit it. His pockets, not a lot of room for error. That type of speed, if you're a fraction inaccurate, it's not going in.
Well, Copinier's been constantly wiping his cue. It might be a bit sticky out there. The sticky in the match, he was looking like going 8-4 down, but it's 7-5. Big rack to win that. Ignacio did have the chance, so this this could be going all the way. Maybe 7-5, not much in it now. This was the winning ball, but a lot had happened before then, hadn't it?
Yeah, a lot had happened. I'm a little surprised. I did call the stroke shot that he shot, and that's what he likes to do. He likes to put power into him. He generates a lot of power, Ignacio. But I don't know, I think his counterpart or his opponent would have played it differently. Probably would have gone forward or ensured the make. Is that the difference? Is Ignacio a big favorite from here? I don't really know. You almost get the sense that he's not. In a 7-5 lead, Dave, it seems pretty big, but you just get the feeling like maybe it's not.
Especially if he's thinking, oh, it should be 8-4. You know, that's the problem. You get all these thoughts, you replay shots, got to try and just look forward. Not easy. And you know, this is such a big match in a big tournament. Obviously, it is double elimination, but you want to get that first win, get onto the winner's side. Here we go then. 7-5. Ko Bin-Yi won a very nervy 12th rack to get the break.
In the latter part of this match, you just get the sense that he's been more solid in a lot of different ways. I guess probably the biggest way would be that emotion side. He hasn't shown any, good or bad. He's got the 8 down again. You've got to wonder if it caught the kiss, and what's the 3 gonna do? Can he go rail first here? We're gonna get a look at the break, I assume. Wonder if the 8 went clean or if it got a kiss. I would think it had to get a kiss. It did, by the pink 4. Now, can he go rail first? If he can, changes everything. Pretty steep, meaning I feel like he'd have to swerve into it or elevate a little bit. And with this new cloth, you don't exactly know how it's going to react. Yeah, he's definitely elevated. He's got to hit it easy as well because the new cloth won't come back in time. It out, evaluating whether he has to swerve it or not. Looks to me like he does. Bad sign for Ko Bin-Yi. He's been nowhere near making the 1 in the right middle. I can't imagine he's playing the 8 with a kiss in the lower left, but it's possible. Yeah, I almost feel like Dave. I almost feel like he's got to stay aggressive here. I think he's looking at the push out or the roll out. He's looking to bring the cue ball down here. And that's what he's going to do. I can promise you the man on your screen, Ignacio, thrilled with that opportunity.
Yeah, the longer he was looking at playing the swerve to play cushion first, the less likely he was going to play it. And I guess he might be worried that if he misses it, he's leaving the 1 over the pocket and probably doing the rack.
Yeah, I think he's underhit that as well. I think he wanted to come down further. He had something pretty good in mind. I think he wanted to kick behind the 1 and use the 3 as cover. But from this position, it's going to be a little tougher to kick behind the 1 with complete accuracy. I think he wanted another rotation or 2 out of the cue ball. It's going to be funny or hard for Ignacio to pass it up. He is not scared to elevate. He's got more room now, too. But if you hit this hard, the cue ball won't have time to come back on the newer cloth. It's a little tricky. It's actually a lot tricky, because if he catches any part of that rail too high up, he won't get to the one. Well, you rarely see this. I believe he's passed it back, Dave. Interesting. And I feel like Ko wanted to get the cue ball down another rotation or two so he could accurately kick behind the one and use the 3 as cover. Now it's so thin that he's going to have to take his chance from behind. I don't think he can take the chance to go rail first in front to make the ball. If he was going to do that, I believe he would have done it prior. Is he looking to just clip the top side of this? Yeah. Pretty clever. Got a little love with the blue 2. And what he did there is just played his percentages. Knew he was going to catch the top side of the one. He wasn't playing to make it. Knew he was going to catch the top side of the one and leave a lot of distance. You could almost say he knew he was leaving the cue ball where he left it.
I think if we didn't have the score strap on, you would know we're deep into the match now. You can see from the body language of the players, every shot now is feeling massive, including that last one.
Looking to take this on with a low right ball. Pretty standard shot. It's awfully steep, but these guys shoot this shot in practice and in competition like it's nothing. How will he hit it now? Does not want to contact the 7. Wants to come above it. Play the 2 in the lower right. Can he hold it? Once again, rubbing that cue. You gotta wonder how humid it really is down there.
Just a little reaction there. That's the first one, really. Yeah, it clearly is a bit sticky, but also it's on his mind. You know, obviously you want to deliver the cue smooth. That's fundamental. And so even if it's not sticking, if it's on your mind that it might, it's going to affect the shot, clearly.
Well, something I can point out as well, and that's a great point. The man at the table using carbon fiber. Ko Pin-Yi using wood.
So Ko Pin-Yi, you just saw just a little tap, just letting us know the frustration. Can Ignacio take advantage though? Ooh, no.
And this is 2 in a row, Dave, where he's been pretty quick in the backswing. A lot of extra power. Is it really necessary? You can almost sense what's happening here. Big opportunity for Ko Pin-Yi. Both really starting to feel like they're tightening up a bit, right? The nerves seem to be uptight. Ko Pin-Yi's mannerisms just seem like it's hard for him to get comfortable. I didn't think he had to go into the 2. He didn't feel comfortable rolling the 1. That's caused this issue. Wanted to catch a lot more of the 2, but with the left English, you always felt like you took a chance of leaving yourself above it.
Just bears out what you were saying though. It's got a bit sort of fractious, and every shot is, there's a lot on every shot now. it's not flowing like it was earlier when obviously we weren't anywhere near the end.
Very awkward here. He's going to try to use the 9. Well, he's used the 7, which is just about as good. He waved his hand again, Dave, kind of like, well, I'm sorry, or I got lucky, but you know the 7's there. He was obviously trying to get below the 9. Pretty tough to do from where he was, and he was using a bridge. I'd say he did just fine.
I always think with that as well, the opponent, they must feel worse because he's still got the cover, basically. He's apologised, but it's not like he's, you know, left him in.
Misses in a row for Ignacio. This, not straightforward. Watch that top middle pocket. If he does happen to make it. Get a roll. Tough to tell. The good news here is if you can get this ball down, notice the pink 4 on the lower right side of the table. Really just got to make the 3. If you can get the 2 down. Going to the jump cue. Fairly straightforward jump. Just be going over a fraction of the 3, as you see.
Of course, there's no shot clock on this table, and they are taking time over shots now, but that's because they're not straightforward, a lot of them, or equally position in the match, it just feels like every shot's big.
He's acting like he's got a clean pocket here. Very, very clean strike as well. 1 rail over for the 5. Playing the pink 4 in the lower right. In this match, you just get the feeling it's going to be tied up soon. Whether it's 7-7 or 8-8, you just get that feeling. I could be wrong. I believe he's going to be within 1 here soon. Things have just gotten a little tricky, Dave. As soon as I say that, of course, I believe he can just roll this in.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's not quite as planned, but it could have been a lot worse, actually. So just deep breaths. He really had to fight hard in this match. Remember, he was 6-2 down. Really not able to get any sort of shot. There have been a few mistakes, that's all added to the intrigue. but it's about positive attitude, isn't it? That's what you've got to keep. Piling pressure on Ignacio by getting closer and closer to him.
Speed very good there.
Well, this is a test of nerve as much of a test as skill right now. Coping years to pass the test in that rack. There's one in it. It really has turned into a first night thriller here in Jeddah. Jeffrey Ignacio now leading only 7-6. It's got a lot closer. Remember, he was 6-2 up, but now it's anyone's. Coping Yi just leaves the arena once again. I think his opponent is going to do the same, so we're going to have a slight delay, but it's a fascinating stage of this match. It's been, as I say, a few nerves have played a part. That's inevitable, but a lot of skill on show as well. And well, the best is yet to come. We've got an exciting finish to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at the decisions from Ignacio later in this match. A couple times he's overpowered the ball, or maybe nerves have gotten the best of him. I don't really know. Might ask him after the match, depending on whether he wins or loses this match. I don't want to ask him if he's lost it, but a couple little decisions that he could have made, I think, going forward on the 6 that he missed up in the top left, where he tried to draw below the 9. That really started it off. From there, it's just gotten worse. We did see a little emotion from Ko a couple racks ago, but it seems like for the most part, he has been steady as it goes.
Yeah, he's looked sort of more ready when the chances come. And okay, there's been a few errors, but you know, he held himself together well there. And well, 7-6 is a bit of a coin toss right now. We're just waiting for the players. When they come back, of course, we'll pick up. We've still got another match on this table as well to look forward to. Kaci against Omar Al Shaheen still to come. That could be another close game, I think, later on. You can, of course, watch the main table as well. FSR won earlier, so they're into the next match now, and table 2 also you can watch on streaming services. You can just dip into table 2. As you can see, it's 1-1 in the early stages. It's the second match. I was watching the various players practice it earlier, you know, and obviously in practice you think, wow, you know, no one's going to miss anything, but no one's going to make any mistakes, but that's practice. Once the proper stuff starts, the nerves come in, and it makes for great viewing.
Johan Chua, known to be a rising star in the game. A lot of big expectations for him over the last year to year and a half, especially when he's had his coming out party. He's been around for quite a while over there in the Philippines. We've heard his name for many, many years. Hamza Ali, very tactical player. I got to watch him play in the rankings event. Watched him from afar when he was playing in Medellin. Talented player.
I'm sure the players are just happy now to be playing, aren't they? You know, there's been a big build-up. We've seen a lot of anticipation. Just want to get out there and get involved and try and bring that practice form I mentioned to the match table.
Good sign for FSR, right? Ruiz to win and move forward.
Yeah, 9-2 as well, so it's pretty comfortable. This is anything but, though, in this match. It's 7-6 to Ignacio Copin-Yi. That's the break in rack 14 of a possible 17.
Yeah, he's been short on the one. He's made an adjustment, and that is a very big sign, and that seems to be what these guys do, these brothers. Look at this opportunity to tie this match up at 7 apiece. And take another look. This is pretty much exactly how you want to hit him. Ignacio can only sit and wait. Maybe hope a little bit, Dave.
Yeah, he may have to hope, I think. He'll be looking at the table thinking, well, I could be in trouble. But you've got to obviously stay mentally prepared if the mistake does come.
Long bridge here from Big Co. One rail out for the 3. He'll do the same to the 4. The only trick here, maybe to the 7. He's starting to get more comfortable as well. They get up for this occasion. The Co brothers. They get up for it. Looking to stay above the green 6. At worst, he can travel 1, 2, 3 around for the 7. After making the 6. But for now, it's the 5 to the 6. Still having a hard time getting comfortable with that cue. Wishing it to slow down. It's got a little bit of angle here.
Yeah, the last event, of course, the UK Open was in Telford in the English Midlands. So I tell you, humidity was not an issue there. The weather wasn't great. This is a different climate.
Yeah, and you can see here, Dave, he's pretty steep on the 6. I don't know if he can clear the bottom side of the 7, playing the 7 into the lower right corner. He's come a little farther than he wanted here. Big moment to avoid any risk and just stay below the 7. Or do you try to go up into the 9 maybe? There's another option. You can use an inside ball, try and kill that cue ball off the second rail and go up thick into the 9. Boy, these players do not like to run into another object ball unless they're forced. Let's see what he has in mind. And he's looking at that 2-rail line. Put a bit of check on that ball, which is a little inside. He's going to miss the 9, but he's going to fall in the gap. I don't know if it's makeable in the lower left. It is in the lower right. This shot filled with pressure. This is one of those shots that could easily hang up if you catch it a fraction thick or thin. So he's got to be accurate. You'd say to yourself, well, the defensive play looks pretty obvious. It's almost one of those positions, right, Dave, where you feel like you've got to make it happen.
Absolutely. big shot this in the match. And it stayed out. Yeah, and the cues come down. Not what he needed, a shot like that. It was always missable, he has missed it. Ignacio just composing himself here.
Yeah, and you kind of feel like that was the risk of shooting the 7. It was always going to stay near that corner pocket. You see the emotion from Kaci. Is this $1 million added? Getting to these guys already in the first round. That's something he likes to do, Dave. He will let that cue ball go. When he's on, it looks great. When he's a little off, it can go against him. Speaking of Ignacio.
He just took a moment, didn't he, before the 7. Come great on this.
Yeah, this definitely could have been a little easier. Also seems like he's been struggling to get to 8.
But it goes in. So a big cheer actually from his supporters. Jeffrey Ignacio on the hill at 8-6. And Kaci just ruining. It was really more the position to the 7. And just put himself under pressure on it, missed it. And now he's going to have to win the last 3.
Yeah, and that was a result of overrunning position on the 6. Tried to go 2 rails into the back of the 7. Proved costly. Another look, making that 9. Not too bad, he was stretched out with the extension.
Well, it's been a fascinating match. If you are just joining us, welcome along. It was, of course, Kaci won the first 2 racks, and then Ignacio won the next 6. Kaci gradually got himself back into it, but crucially, of course, has not drawn level. So Ignacio with the break, with the chance straight away here to get this one.
Yeah, and you almost got the feeling like this match was meant to be tied up all along, but all it takes is one little error. That error is from Kaci. Just what the doctor ordered for Ignacio.
Of course, at the moment, it's out of his hands. Kaci hoping to get a look in this rack. If he doesn't, then he'll be defeated here.
Overall, I feel like Ignacio's probably been the better player. He's made a couple mistakes late, but his break has stayed consistent. The 1 has stayed consistent. His shot making's been great, just overamped a few times. Nice kiss on the 8 there. The 2 doesn't play, I don't believe, past the 7. Can he play the cue ball past the 7? Kind of banking the 2 out towards the center, or almost towards the 8, and following forward. It's a shot these guys like to play when they're close to the ball. Is he interested? Crossing the 2. Now he's looking at the shot I was discussing. He doesn't like it. He's shaking his head, Dave. I'm wondering if he could cross the 2 into the left middle and kind of drift up there behind the 8, or is it too thin?
Yeah, obviously he's got the best view of it, hasn't he, down there? What, as you say, was shaking his head.
Yeah, not terrible, though. He's not thrilled with it, but it's not terrible. Really no path for the cue ball if you're playing the 2 in the lower left. Actually, pretty tricky position if you're in Copigny's shoes. Is he looking to possibly cut the 2 towards the 9, send the cue ball 1-2 back up towards the purple 5? See what he's got in mind. Yeah, and he is evaluating. He could definitely bank the 2 back up towards the 8 and just leave distance. Yeah, so he wanted to send the cue ball towards the 9 as well. He's fallen thin here. Like to have had that miss from Ko. Get him a little flatter on the 2. So he's going to have to manipulate something. Maybe even take his chances. I was going to say, maybe take his chances and run into the 3. He's caught the 2 a little heavy. As you see it catch the top side of that side pocket. Not out of the woods yet, Ignacio. Like to think he could chip the 3 and get all the way down behind the 6, but the 4's in the way, so he's going to come off the 3 and get behind the 5. He's done well. The hit shouldn't be too difficult for Ko.
Got to the table quick, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's okay with this. He knows he's going to make good contact. These guys are so good at getting distance. Still takes an accurate hit. Of course, Ignacio wasn't in love with it. He knew he was going to leave him close to the 3. Not too bad, though, for what he had. Just about kicked the ball in, Dave.
That was close.
And that's the problem when you leave those guys that close to the object ball, and that's what Ignacio was concerned about. He knew he was going to make a hit. Knew he was going to make a hit most likely on the pro side of the object ball. Notice where the cue ball finished. Could be a fun one to watch.
Well, you heard the oohs and ahs. We didn't quite see it, but you can see that three very nearly found the pocket.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder if he went at the 9 there. Evaluating the 7 ball. See if it goes clean. Of course, he can use the purple 5 if needed to open those up, the 9 and 7. Doesn't want to get straight. And that's okay straight. Better than another rotation or two. He didn't want to be elevated off this left long rail. Still a little awkward, especially if he has to go into the piece of the 9.
Yeah, that could be Ignacio's big hope in this rack. Because of course, all right, he's 8-6 up, but if he loses the rack, he loses the break, so he's not guaranteed to get another shot in the match if that happens.
I feel like the 7 might go on its own.
Yeah, he had a look at it, didn't he? But he sort of didn't give any clues out.
Yeah, dangerous if he's going into this 9. Great result.
Well, of course, this was the ball in the last rack that he missed to open the door. Different sort of shot, clearly more difficult. We could yet be going the distance here. This then to trail by just 1 at 8-7. Again, he's wiping down that cue. Just needs one final clean delivery in this rack. And that is it. So Kaci is hanging on in there. He's taking that one out very nicely indeed. It's 8-7 to Jeffrey Ignacio. But of course, Kaci now has the break back. Fascinating. Very exciting match this, and a few errors here and there have also contributed, but there's been plenty of skill on show as well. And at this stage, it's also all about holding your nerve in this huge event, of course. We keep saying it, but biggest money Nineball pool event we've ever seen. So that is also there in the background. Already, the odd player might have had a dream about how they're going to spend the £250,000 first prize. Why not? It's there for the taking on Saturday. For somebody.
Yeah, and you just notice the body language out of both of those guys. I sense a little different vibe from Ignacio at times. Sometimes he seems upbeat and ready to go get him in this match itself, and then at other times, arms crossed, a bit worried look or worrisome. More so the same thing from Ko, where he's just intent. I still, Dave, feel like this match could easily be tied up.
Yeah, it's feeling like it will be. Let's see. Well, you never know. This break shot obviously could be key to it. Kaci still in the match. That's the key thing for him.
Oh yeah, he made the adjustment last time. Does the 2 go? It's gotten a little funny, but he made the 1 without a problem. Right in the heart. And this 2 is makeable. Can he control the cue ball?
That's the thing, isn't it? It is thin, which means the cue will be running a bit.
And he might just have to let it run. Take your chances. Definitely going to stay aggressive. The 3 does have a pocket in the top left if he does come around and avoid the traffic. I believe the 5 has the 3 covered in the left middle. The bridge is awkward. Very awkward. What a clean hit. You can see the cue action. Very little, if any, nerves in that movement or transition. Did he fall okay on the combo? I don't know that he wants to take this combination on under this situation or circumstance. Here comes the cue ball. Back around. Does he play the 3-5? He has played the 3-5 and he's landed perfect on the 3. Everything else opens up. He's just got to get to the 7.
Looking very determined now, isn't he? You know, he's sensing a big chance.
Yeah, he hasn't looked totally comfortable this match. Ever at any point to me. I've seen him play a lot over the last year, but he's looked more confident in the later parts than he has the earlier parts, to your point.
I think, yeah, nothing focuses the mind like, you know, the imminent prospect of defeat and all that, and it's just got himself together, so it's in his hands to take us the distance.
Took a deep breath right there. He knows what this means. Pretty natural here. He can come 1 or 2 rails over for the 7 in the lower left, or he can play the 7 in the left middle. This is player preference. Looks like he's playing the 7 in the left middle. Well, he fooled me. 3 balls away from 8 apiece. What does he not like here? Maybe a little below the 7. Just regrouping. caught the thin side of that pocket. As you can see, that cue ball go a little further than he liked.
Well, he showed a couple of bits of frustration tonight. He sort of banged the rail, he banged his cue at one point, but this, and it's hill, and we go into the last rack. It's a thriller, all right, on the first night of the World Pool Championship. Ko Pin-Yi has dug in all evening. He was 6-2 down, he was 8-6 down, 8 apiece. It's all on the last rack. Well, you did call it, Scott. You said you'd had that feel about it, and here we are.
Yeah, you almost feel like Ignacio needs a miracle at this point for some reason. You just get that sense that he is starving for a gift. Where, as Ko Pin-Yi seems to be the man, ready for the job. Arms crossed. For Jeffrey Ignacio, Ko Pin-Yi ready to break.
Yeah, and he played so well, didn't he? From 2 down to 6-2 up, he was superb actually, but that's all in the past. As he watches this break shot with great interest.
Yeah, and with that 6-2 lead, we got senses of negativity from Ignacio, and you pointed those out a few times, and just kind of started all turning sideways when he got a little out of line on that 6, and then kind of straight on the 7, was worried about leaving a long 8. He ended up working through that rack. I don't exactly remember the score, but the negativity started to come there from Ignacio. And you just got this weird vibe at that point. There they are. Class move. One game for all of it.
Here we go then, 8 apiece, the last rack.
He has made a great adjustment on the break. Struggled early, catching way low of the right middle with the 1. Let's look for it in the center of the pocket. And there it goes. Where does the 2 finish? Look at this, Dave. You couldn't ask for a better layout in a situation like this.
Absolutely. So it's well and truly in his hands here. But what a chance to get this one. Having been, let's be honest, chasing the game most of the night, but dug in. And now over to you, Ko Pin-Yi.
He's 7 balls away from stealing this match from Ignacio, but you felt like he was on his skirt tails for the last half of the match. Can he hold himself together? Nicely done. Stayed off the rail, carried the angle anywhere. Center table for the 6. I don't see much trouble, if any at all.
Yeah, and credit to him, assuming he does get it one here, because as I say, there were a couple of little moments where he got frustrated, but when the chances came after that, he was ready to take them. And he certainly got his break worked out as well.
Yeah, and I think that was the biggest factor, Dave. I think he made that adjustment in the break, catching the ball a bit thicker and putting a little more pace on it. You typically don't see frustration from him, but like you said, we saw it twice. I don't think we're going to see it again.
it's a big, big week, and it's not going to be plain sailing towards the title. Who knows, this could be his toughest match of the week, you just don't know, but it looks like he's going to win it. Here we are then, Kopinyi on the 9 for victory. Well, it's been a terrific opening match, and Jeffrey Ignacio more than played his part, but it is Kopinyi of Chinese Taipei who gets the win at 9-8. He was chasing the game from 6-2 down, but from 8-6 down, he won the last 3 racks. What a break in the last as well, and he took it out very nicely. So he's the winner by 9 racks to 8. There's the winning shot again. There's going to be a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with the next match. Kaci against Omar Al Shaheen. That will be in 5 minutes' time. Do stay with us.
Seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's got it! And for me, the shot of the tournament.
Magnificent, marvellous, magical.
back to Greenhalgh's here in Jeddah. It's the opening night of the World Pool Championship. We've just seen an absolute thriller there. Ko Bin-yi beating Jeffrey Ignacio 9-8. Coming up later, Dang Jinhu of China against Phiong Nam Pham from Vietnam. But next it's Eklund Kaci of Albania against Omar Al Shaheen of Kuwait. That's our second match, 3 on this table. Obviously the first one went all the way, so there's been a bit of a wait for the next 2 to come on, but they're just a couple of minutes away from getting their match underway. Busy night here of Nineball pool action. That's the scene here in the arena. It really is an absolute hive of activity. Play going on wherever you choose to look. Nice audience in as well. This is the table 2 matches. Of course, David Al-Qaedi still to come there. The last match on table 2, that is a streaming table, you can watch that as well. And of course the main table as well, we've seen FSR already through, and Jason Shaw currently edging the match that he's involved in. 2 matches on the main table, so the main table, table 1 and table 2, they are the 3 tables you can watch. Plenty more action going on. There's also the junior event that's taking place here. They're starting out in that this evening as well. So as I say, there's been a lot of anticipation for this tournament, and we're underway. You need good eyesight to read those scores, if you can pick them out. I'm sure you're following your favourites. Jason Shaw 5-4 up, so that is a close one at the moment.
Yeah, Ralph Souquet up 5 games to 2. Jonas Sudo just started. Thorsten Homan up 3 games to 1. Naoki Oi up 6 to 5.
So the next match, Eklund Kaci against Omar Al Shaheen. They're just playing their practice racks at the moment. Of course, he was the runner-up in 2021. Was Omar.
Yeah, fast paced player, straight shooter. He is the one that's gone back to teaching a little bit, actually at a school and not pool, but he's on his way back. David said he's back to probably starting to play again.
Yeah, well, hoping to teach his opponent a lesson, I guess, here this evening. We'll see.
Yeah, and probably one of my favorite players on tour, the man on the left of your screen, Eklund Kaci.
Yeah, he won the UK Open last year, because they've just had this year's staging of that Robbie Capito won. As I said earlier, I think the players, you know, I mean, there's been a lot of build-up, there's been a lot of sort of promotional activity, just looking forward now to getting it stuck in. Just a reminder, it's a 6-day tournament, concludes on Saturday, and the final will be first of 15, and the winner will pick up $250,000. The runner-up, $100,000. Total prize fund at $1 million in this new territory for the sport. There's plenty of Saudi players, of course, also involved in the tournament.
Yeah, David, if there's one guy that everybody knows when it comes to breaking the balls well, it's the guy at the table. Gets a lot of leverage with his height. Really powers these balls with control. Kaci to break. Well, he balked. That's a pitching term in the United States. And he's back.
Well, hopefully that didn't that didn't injure anybody. Cue ball came flying off the table.
Yeah, what happens there? I believe.
Well, this is still his practice rack, isn't it? I think. I don't think the match has actually started, so he's going to go again.
pretty big mark on the cloth. He must be having an issue with his back arm. Typically don't see him adjust like that too often.
Yeah, just to reiterate, this is a practice rack, so the match will get underway in due course. Yeah, but the cue ball flying through the air. Thankfully, there was nobody sort of stood just innocently by. Golf, you'd have shouted 4 at that point.
Eklund suffered a pretty serious injury several months back. He's recovered, and small car accident.
Yeah, just doing it now.
Marcel Eckart, senior referee, got his cloth out after that little mark that he left on it. Yeah, they did. Marcel and Brendan Moore, the tournament director, did a little sort of coaching clinic yesterday for some of the local officials and maybe looking to become pool referees from the local area, just to sort of give them the rundown.
Yeah, Brendan and Marcel, two of the best, the very best in the business.
So once again, it's going to be first to 9. Of course, they've had to just kick their heels, really waiting to get on. Want to know how long the first match was going to be.
That is more than I asked for.
The thing is, Brandon, it's WNT and logo and WNT Pro logo, but it's kind of like bothering for him when he puts it over the WNT logo. What do you want us to do? You sit down.
Yeah. Thanks, Brandon.
Well, we are going to start, it would seem,
1 minute.
in 1 minute.
Leg or you need the ring?
We need the balls on the table to do that. That's one thing I think we can all agree on.
Yeah, so this event's in cooperation with a lot of locals, like you said, and you know, it's the first night. Everybody's trying to get the feel for everything, the timing, getting everything down. These guys will lag for the break.
Yeah, it wasn't too close. Kaci's won the lag. So here we go. Our second match here on table 1 on the first night of the World Pool Championship. Eklund Kaci, who's a former twice winner of the World 10 Ball, UK Open champion last year. He gets us underway.
He does have that power. Watch the 1 in the right middle. Look at the speed at which that ball travels. Got a lot of movement off the 9 as well. He's going to be covered up on the blue 2. The 3-5 combination in the lower right looks on, so it's going to dictate what he does here. Immediately calls the rollout. For you just joining with us, he's able to push the cue ball anywhere he would like, and it's up to his opponent whether he takes that position or returns it to the man rolling out. This is not an easy rollout for the oncoming player. He's got options. The bank is on, but he could also chip the 2 towards the brown 7 and maybe get the cue ball behind or somewhere behind the pink 4. All Shaheen at the table. He is not one to shy away from the offensive play. Making the 7. Well, he's made it. Put the hand up, David. I don't know that he intended on it, but this is 9-ball. The show must go on. So he was thinking of using the 3 and 5 as cover there. He caught the 2 a little thicker than he would have liked. Didn't expect it to travel that far over. Neither here nor there. Could be a big opener for him if he can get out here. The 3-5 looked good to the lower right.
Yeah, and the fact that, as you said, 9-ball hasn't been his sort of main focus really of late could make him dangerous, because maybe he has lower expectations than some of the other players, but everyone knows how good he is. He's been in the final before now. He was high as number 4 in the world after getting to that world final. Obviously, he slipped back to 74 because he's not played so much, but he's got the pedigree.
Yeah, very well put. He's a natural player. I get the sense that this rack is real important for Omar. A little flat on the 3. So he could either draw all the way out or take the 4 all the way up to the top left. Could he pinch back and play 4 in the left middle as well? He's got some options. And this is what it's come down to. Big shot here. He's just got to make the ball. If he stops right there, he's okay. All about the speed you hit this, because if you hit it to the rail, pocket will not take. If you hit it with any pace, well, he's missed this by some margin.
Yeah, I mean, that just didn't threaten the pocket.
Eklund will take the bank on. Whether he draws the cue ball down here to the bottom rail to where he gets close to the 6 or not, I feel like he's got to take this bank on. I know I said he will, but boy, it's laying almost too good to pass it up. Very clean strike. Played to cinch the bank. Knew he was going to have something good on the 6. 2 rails out here. Yeah, he generates so much power.
Well, Shaheen didn't get close to that attempt on the 4. Kaci has done the rest, so he does take the opening rack. Remember, this is once again a race to 9 in the first round here in Jeddah. Yeah, I mean, we saw him playing that practice rack where the cue ball jumped off the table. Didn't look so promising then, but obviously the match has started, and well, he took his chance well in rack 1, looking to exploit, I guess, any rustiness that there is in his opponent if he's not been playing as regularly, certainly competitively in these big tournaments. Getting out of that kind of environment, he might struggle a bit, and that's why Kaci early on, I'm sure, wants to do some damage, put him right under it if he can by getting a good lead. I'm sure.
Go ahead. These type of events will expose the lack of play because there is so much pressure on the big stage. They know they're on a stream table, and it seems to me like Amar he was a little quick in that final backswing, real quick actually in the final backswing if we were able to go back to it at some point, but his transition is typically pretty solid, real smooth. If you're not playing a lot, that confidence or lack of confidence will get exposed in those situations.
Crowd has thinned out again. Obviously that last match ended, but I'm sure it will fill up as this one continues. Lots of different tables, of course, for the audience to watch here. Kaci raring to play this break shot in the second rack.
And Shane Van Boning, probably the only other one that hits him at this pace. Nice kiss, but once again going to be covered up on the starter, which is the blue 2. This is one I think you've got to get the jump cue out on. Yeah, I believe he's going to go airborne here. Push out just not available where the 2 is at. The reward is big. I would say he is well above 50% to make this 2. Position, and that's another thing. He's caught it fat, David.
Yeah, and in the end, it wasn't the worst result for him in terms of second prize.
Yeah, no doubt it's finished pretty good. This is tricky at best. Can he shave the left side of it, or can he bring the two back down? Got a look of concern on the face. A lot of these guys will like to play this ball rail first. If you catch it a little thick, it ends up decent. Looks to me like he's going directly at it. Yeah, trying to bring it down. Terrible. Due to where the 9 is at, this is why it's not terrible. You could, the obvious play is to bank the 2 back up table, but the 9 is there, right? So if you catch the 9 with the blue 2, the cover on the 4 and 8 becomes much smaller. And that's kind of what I alluded to, David, right? I mean, that 9 was a big ball. It was always going to be there. It was a fact. Could he get past it or get away from it? Really couldn't.
Now Shaheen also just wiping the cue down. Of course, he's got the glove on, but he's sticky out there. Ooh, couldn't take advantage. Well, that will concern him.
Yeah, he's definitely got to get settled in. A lot of things probably going through his mind right now. All the wrong things, of course. Easier said than done to stay on track.
Not good to see, though, from him so early in the match. You know, it's a big match, of course, and it's not going to do anything for his confidence.
Yeah, I really like what he did there. Knew he was going to get the 2 past the right middle. He did get it past. Also using the 5 for cover. Going to the jump cue. Omar Al-Shaheen. Needs something good to happen here, David. You get the sense that he's kind of out in the middle of no man's land right now.
Yeah, I mean, it started with the miss in the first wrap, but the miss in this one, it was a much easier pot, and now, as you say, in trouble. That could be more after this shot.
It's one thing I think he needs to do. There's nothing wrong with it. Take a little bit more time, especially when you're not feeling it all the way. You can work yourself into that rhythm or that pace that you play, but don't force it. Players tend to play quicker, that try to force themselves into that rhythm that they typically play can backfire. green 6 going to help or hurt? Kaci looking at the combination. It's a thin hit on the 2. Very thin. Wondering if he could catch the 2 heavy or thick and draw 1, 2 behind the 8 and 4 if that's available. Almost playing the 2 into the rail and the 6 at the same time. Looks to me like he's going all out for the combination. It seems awfully thin. Okay, I think he is coming down towards the... Oh, he's going to use the 5. Pretty clever. Yeah, very little movement with the object ball and cue ball. Very clever.
Yeah, I guess the sort of balance is between being aggressive but also not presenting a gift to a player who needs one, because at the moment his opponent does, so he's determined not to do that, not open the door for him.
Yeah, that's a big hit right there. Can't quite tell how straight this is, but if he's got any type of angle at all, the man at the table is very good at this shot. Any type of angle where he can go forward, I expect him to get it down. Such a talent, such a straight cueist. Fearless as well.
Yeah, he has great presence, doesn't he? Just around the table, you know, he just sort of looms over the table. Exudes confidence, which goes a long way.
Looking at the long side or the left side of the table for the pink 4, seeing if it goes anywhere from over there. I think he's got to come back and forth. Yeah, I think he's going to have to come back over somewhere around where he is now. Anywhere on this right side of the table. Oh, very nice. Very nice. He's got options. He can punch 2 rails out or 1 rail up. Yeah, clean. So steady over the ball. Rock solid. All Shaheen needs to take advantage of his next opportunity at the table, or this man will run away with it.
Yeah, that's the danger, because he had the 2 initially. Al Shaheen 2 left middle, which he missed. And then was kind of tied up in trouble.
He's got options here. Typically, they'll play the 2 rails just short of the right middle pocket. And this is going to be perfect. Or is it? Did I speak too soon? It looked like it was going to clear without a problem. then it just stopped on a dime. You can see the scar right there on his bridge arm. It's pretty serious. He's got to go to the air, David.
Yeah, you could see the way he walked around. He was a little annoyed by that, as you'd understand. It looked a simple put away initially. No problem. What a shot. He's a very confident character. He's got every right to be, and he's not going to miss this. So a couple of mistakes already from Al Shaheen have been costly. Kaci looking keen to make it an early night. He's only 2 to the good, but already he is looking dangerous here. And Eklund Kaci extends his lead to 2. And there's the winning shot, but of course it was the 8 really in the end. The jump on the 8 that was the key. 2-0. Okay. Well, we'll see. Next time Omar Al Shaheen gets a chance how he's feeling. He's looked a bit rusty so far. He hasn't been playing as much, certainly, as the other top players, and maybe that has just already been a factor. Not for Kaci, though. He's looked very confident.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the gentlemen that could easily be in the finals of this event. Well, he was a little shallow on the 1, the corner. Ball went flying in. He's going to end up with a pretty clean shot on the yellow. He might need to go rail first. Well, he didn't make the corner ball. The corner ball kissed the pink 4 in. He's got to go rail first here. If not, catch the top side of the 1 and come over for the 2 in the lower right. Doesn't want to get straight on the 2, but this is tricky as it is. Might be able to come out past the center. Clean, he caught the ball going in, got the angle. Big shot here. Not much of an angle. Pump fake. Looking to be somewhere left of where he is now. He has no problem taking a cut on the red 3. He's going to draw all the way back. Oh, so clean. Generates so much power from that position. Really pretty straight on that ball. Didn't have the angle it looked. Got the most out of it.
Yeah, he played it fully expecting to get it, and that makes such a difference. As I say, just his general demeanour. You know, he's worth a lot here. Looking not only to win the match, but win it well already. Make a bit of a statement for everyone else watching.
Trickle forward here for the green 6. 8 to the 9 doesn't really look like a problem. I don't see anything slowing him down.
Yeah, and it's important, isn't it, not to look for problems. We've seen that in the first match a couple of times. Players sort of looking for things that maybe weren't there, but Kaci not doing that.
Yeah, he's real good at avoiding that. One of the better mindsets in the game. You don't very often see anything negative from him. I'd like to get close to straight on this 8. I don't know that it's frozen, but if it is, he definitely wants to get close to straight. Well, he'll be fine here then. Now he's looking to see if it's frozen.
So Kaci looking good, not only in himself but in terms of the scoreline as well. 3 to the good, and the danger is this could be a runaway. He's playing good stuff, his opponent struggling a little, and Kaci more than taking advantage. 3-0 in this race to 9.
That 8 a little thick, utilized all the pocket.
And can't afford any let-up, of course. That's the thing when you're on top, because he knows it can turn. It kind of did in the first match. Remember, if you weren't with us on table 1 earlier, Kopinyi was really struggling at one point. 6-2 down, 8-6 down to Jeffrey Ignacio, but turn it round 1-9-8 in a real thriller.
Yeah, and the man Kaci is playing, he has no problem getting loose, and if he does get loose, he can do some damage. I know Kaci is familiar, but he's also probably familiar he hasn't been playing a lot of pool.
So night 1 of the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah, and Kaci 3 to the good already.
And notice those marks, Kaci going through the cue ball. A lot of power in this break. Shallow on the 1, didn't get the kiss on the corner ball. The 1 does drop, top left. The 5 that didn't get the kiss on the corner ball. Evaluating here. Can you see enough of that top rail to go rail first? And if not rail first, just clip the 2. Enough to make it. I don't know. Consider your rollout options, I guess, if it's not makeable. That's what he's doing now. Concern about banking the 2 back down table and using the 6 for cover is, well, the purple 5 is hanging. So if you don't get him covered on the 6, you're going to leave an easy combination. I thought he called push, David. I think he's in between what he wants to do.
Yeah. Still is, by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, I believe he wanted to get that cue ball all the way over to the left long rail. Might be getting this back. Unless Shaheen has better ideas. And he is getting it back. So that's the difference between getting that cue ball to the long rail and where it's at now. This is tricky. What do you have in mind, Kaci? Chipping the left side of this ball? Very thin if that's what he's attempting. Wow, not easy to do. Pretty great.
Yeah, we are just Shaheen, he missed in the first. It was missable. Get close to it. He missed it, but an easier two in the second middle. Presence at all here.
Well, it's finished nicely. He's actually got a lot more swerve on that ball than he expected. With the distance that he had, that cue ball had time to come back. Really grabbed. Fortunate he didn't scratch, but made good contact. Real good contact. Wants to get on the board, doesn't he, Shaheen? Needs some type of an error from Kaci. Could this be it?
Yeah, he needs a gift, doesn't he? Really, just to like an easy run, just to get his confidence together and get himself settled, and then who knows? After that, he'd have the break, of course.
Yeah, this is a very tough position. Well, he's actually made a pretty great hit from where he was. He'd like a little more travel. It's an opportunity, David.
Yeah, this first shot is the big one, really. Yeah, he knows it as well. Just composing himself.
Telling himself, just loosen up. He's got to get this 7 down. Yeah, he's just off the mark. Plan B. Just seems to be kind of all over the place. His timing, his backswing doesn't seem as clean as I've seen it. Everything just a little bit off. You could almost say he's playing an in his hometown, even though it's not. But he is from the Middle East. You know, he's got friends, family around watching. And he hasn't been playing a lot of pool, so there's quite a bit of pressure on him.
Well, it just felt a bit all or nothing, that.
Kaci, quick to the table. Gonna weigh this out. 3 does play past the 4. I don't think he needs to come all the way over. But if he does, I believe it plays in the lower right. And that was a result of trying to hold there. He tried to hold the cue ball, put some outside on it, just caught it a little fat. New cloth could have got him there. Cue ball not coming back in time. Now this, David, is a ball that he should not miss. He's typically pretty good with a center ball chop or cut. Looks like he's going to put some outside English on it, but he should get this down.
Yeah, I think this visit could tell us quite a lot. If he can take it out, then fair play, he's on the scoreboard. If he can't, I feel it might not happen at all. As I say, he has missed a few chances already in the match against a very confident opponent.
Yeah, you've got to get the sense that he's practiced for this, Shaheen, that he's prepared as much as he can. So maybe if he gets comfortable, he'll loosen up, do some damage. But it all starts right here, right now. This is a very routine rotation shot for these guys. Stunning 2 rails out of the lower right corner. Well handled.
Well, every credit. A few missed opportunities already, and of course it was Kaci who in the end missed in this one to open the door. Shaheen had to kind of kick it down almost, though, to get involved in the match. That's exactly what he's done. So he is on that scoreboard, and maybe that'll be the start of something for Omar Al Shaheen. Declan Kaci's lead reduced to 3-1. Remember, this is a race to 9 in the first round of the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah.
My friend.
لما يوقف الوايد ما تطلع كور لما يوقف الوايد. هم يتكلمون بخصوص انه ما تطلعون كور لما يوقف الوايد.
So 3-1 it is to Kaci. Al Shaheen, of course, with the break here in rack 5.
Yeah, and it looks as if he's come up dry. Nothing on the break. Kaci to the table.
Well, what he's seen now, and he's maybe wondering if it would happen, is Al Shaheen just come to the party in that last rack. You know, the pattern was maybe that he wasn't going to do so. So that will just focus Kaci's mind. It's not going to be necessarily a routine win here.
Yeah, this will be an interesting play here. He's got a lot of distance. He's got traffic to worry about in the center of the table on the lower half. And he doesn't want to catch any of the 4. He'd probably be happier if he could go into the 9 or even the 8. He's going to play safe, and I can't blame him. Stay away from the trouble. Force your opponent to make the mistake. A very intelligent shot. I don't know that he got the gap. He might have, and if he did, it's part of it. But I like the decision. Like he got away with that. It looked like quite a bit of deceleration in the backswing, and I don't know if he was playing to go into the 3 heavy like that. I just can't feel that he was. If he was, I tip my hat to him. Neither here nor there. Came away with a good safe.
He's not giving much away in the seat.
Great contact. It's about all you can do there, David, is get him moving, see if something good comes of it. Yeah, there is the Al Shaheen we have seen in the past. Young man can really shoot when he gets comfortable. Very, very talented player.
Yeah, he's maybe just relaxed a little. He's got back into the sort of big tournament feel that he'd been out of for a while, and now he's involved in the match. And that, obviously, winning the last rack the way he did will have given him a boost of confidence.
Yeah, without a doubt, David. Looking a lot cleaner. He's going to make contact with the 7. So you got to be a little careful here. You don't want this cue ball getting away from you. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's a game where fortunes can change very quickly. We know that, and you know, Kaci was kind of looking like he owned the table earlier. He was just skulking around. This is mine, but things have turned for sure.
Yeah, almost the same feel as the match prior.
Mm.
Shaheen is one of those players. If he overthinks the situation, he can talk him out of it, talk himself out of it. He's so natural. If he just allows it to happen, and you've talked about it, you've touched on it, if he just allows it to happen, man, he's fun to watch. A little flinchy there. I saw a little arm movement. Everything okay? Got it down. Kaci definitely knows Shaheen is capable.
Yeah, and he's proven it now. So we have a match on our hands. Kaci won the first 3, and you kind of felt it could be very one-sided at that point. Shaheen, though, played well in these next 2, and there is the winning 9. So 3-2, just 1 in it. We've already seen a 9-8 thriller on this table. Ko Ping-yi beating Jeffrey Ignacio 9-8, and who knows, this one could be going the distance as well. 3-2 it is. Shaheen, crucially, now involved well and truly in this match.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder if those first few games are what he needed. Speaking of Shaheen, maybe if he just needed to get that off of his chest, right? A couple big misses. You know, Kaci letting him back in. You've got to wonder. Sometimes a player, when they get those misses off their chest, David, going forward, they feel like, well, it can't get much worse. I've got nothing to lose. Time to loosen up and move forward. Is that the case? Well, it remains to be seen. A lot of pool left. But I can tell you, he is natural. If he gets flowing, Kaci knows he can do some damage.
Yeah, and as I say, these matches, they just can turn so quickly. So at the moment, it is Shaheen with momentum. He's won the last 2. As he prepares to break in rack 6. If you are just joining us, this is night 1 of the World Pool Championship. It's carrying a record first prize of $250,000 on Saturday to the winner. Big week here in Jeddah. Here we go, next rack.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder, how much preparation has he put into the break? Well, if that answers any questions, I'd say quite a bit. And the 4 passes in the lower right as well. Same pocket as the 3. Take another look. Almost flicks the 9 in. And that is ideal.
Yeah, he's sort of loosening up, isn't he? And starting to look a lot more fluent now. And a bit of concern for him. He was bossing it earlier on.
Yeah, this is a big rack for the man at the table. And there is no doubt Kaci looking a little bit more uptight on paper. Everybody would have Kaci as a pretty solid favorite. Well, that's on paper. This is on Simonis. 860, by the way.
Tell when a player feels good because they just get on with playing the shots and not sort of overthinking things. Kaci just keeping his own counsel there, hoping still could be a mistake coming. Doesn't seem likely now. So it definitely took him a bit of time just to settle into this match, but he's well and truly settled now. Great break it was. And there is the winning 9. So Omar Al Shaheen looking really good now, having trailed 3-0 is levelled at 3-3. And that was a really quick kill, and Kaci just had to sit and watch it.
Yeah, and that's what Al Shaheen can do. He is quick, he's powerful, and wastes no time. Don't get me wrong, Kaci, one of my all-time favorite players. He is definitely in my top 5. Precise, intelligent, accurate, powerful. He has it all.
They're just going to wait to break to start this next wrap because there is a commercial break.
لا 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 ما في بريك. بس دقيقة العافية.
Night 1 of the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah, and this is a fascinating contest. Eklund Kaci making all the running, winning the first 3 racks. Omar Al Shaheen has come back very strongly, got to say. 3-3, race to 9.
Yeah, David, I agree. Fascinating is a real good term for what's happening here. It looked like Kaci was going to run away with it with a 3-0 lead or a 3-0 lead. And here comes Al Shaheen storming through 3 games apiece. And he's breaking the balls well. He's got the 1 and 2 down. Faced with a little adversity on the 3. He's got to make a decision which way he wants to go. He's going to try to get behind the 4 here. Yeah, it's gone by the wayside. I think he was in between what he wanted to do, get behind the 4, bank the 3. Well, he did neither. That happens when you're not fully committed. How will Kaci respond?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't sort of come across as a sort of character to panic unduly if his opponent's playing well. He's more interested in what he's doing, which is the right way to be, of course. Not easy, always.
Yeah, and there's a great look. So steady over the ball. 6'5" tall. Not easy. This ball better settle. Yeah, And I believe he's snookered. If not, it's close. Can he spin this in? He's weighing it up. You can obviously see paint or part of the ball. Can he see enough to make it? Don't believe he's going at the make here. If he is, with a center ball like that, even with a tip of inside, it's hard to tell. I feel like he's looking to cross this ball over. He doesn't like it. Now, with an elevation like that, he's definitely considering making it.
Worth saying, on this table there's no shot clock, so that's why you haven't heard any beeps and why he hasn't asked for a time extension.
Very clever. Did it leak? Does he have a window? I like the decision. 3 rails using the 8. He would have had something on the 5. Nothing great if the 4 went. I don't know, David, if this can be made. It doesn't look like it. No, he definitely snookered. Trying to chip a piece of this ball going in. It's not bad from where he was. We've seen this a few times in the last match as well. Players just hard to get settled in. Obviously, nothing straightforward here. Look at this play. Look at this play. He's used the brown 7 and the fresh cloth to lengthen out the cue ball and then kill to the top rail. Well done, Mr. Kaci.
Well, to throw in a snooker reference, listen, Mark Selby would have been proud of that one. Probably the finest safety player we've got in that game.
Yeah, what an amazing, amazing hit that was. At first, it looked like he caught that ball a little thick. And in the end, it was basically perfect. A lot of good things can happen for making a good hit. He's got to get contact here. I like the speed at which he hit it. hard to tell. He's acting as if it's makeable. Quickly down on the ball. Oh, nice contact with the 8, and that will work.
Yeah, so the initiative back with Kaci.
He's a little flat. Wanted a little more angle than that. He can manage. It's a big game to win for Kaci. He's lost 3 in a row.
Yes, and he knows now he's going to have to work to win this match. He's not just all going to be handed to him. He was handed chances in the early racks. That's gone. His opponent has looked much better since then. So you can't afford to think, I'm sure he doesn't, that he's just going to cruise through.
David, I wonder if he had other things in mind there. If not, he's hit it perfect. That ball straightened up quite well. Right when he hit it, seemed like he had a little concern.
It seemed to fly a bit, didn't it? But anyway, still nicely on it. Already had one very close match on this table. Another one in progress. That one was in the balance. 4-3 he leads. Remember, a race to 9 here in round championship. A lot of action going on still here this evening. But playing alongside these guys, they'll be looking up to these players, and just to be here with them, what an inspiration that is for some of the stars of the future. Get to go in the players' lounge and see them, no doubt seek them out for a bit of advice as well. I like how Kaci always gives the impression he can't wait to break in the next rack. He's just waiting to get on with it, and that sends a little message as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, he seems eager,
yeah.
Right? He seems eager to be at the table. That's what you want to see if you're in Kaci's corner, and that's why. Definitely one of the best breaks in the business. Does he have anything straightforward here? Does the 2 cleanly get by the 6? I don't believe so. Hard to tell. He's going to take a good look at it. Making matters worse, he's elevated over the 9. He can definitely use the 6 for defense if he has to. He doesn't want to in this position. You see a little bit of a smirk on Kaci's face, saying, how do I make 3 balls on the break and end up here? Ideally, if you can't play the 5, you'd like to sew him to the backside of the 6 or glue him up to the backside of the 6. What does he have in mind? That's what he had in mind. That'll do for now.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate that he was unable to continue, but kind of didn't make a meal of it, really.
Yeah, and Shaheen has to be happy to even be here in this position. These great players, they're looking for a specific side to catch when they're kicking this ball. Here, I don't know which side really helps you. Do you just want to make solid contact and hope to get a little bit of a good roll on the defensive end, or do you want to luck this ball in somehow? Switching hands as well. Yeah, I like the speed. If it gets to the rail, this is pretty impressive, but it's going to need to run, David.
Yeah, so what a gift for Kaci.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder if switching hands had anything to do with the power there. Quite a bit short. So just when we thought Shaheen might be in the driver's seat, it's back in the hands of Kaci. 5 to the 6, maybe a little tricky. Yeah, coming all the way down, closer to the ball. Now he can slide up this long rail. That to grab. It's going to be okay. For a moment, thought it was a little short.
Well, it was a great break that he played. Unlucky not to get on the 2. Shaheen, the shot he played, it didn't reach the cushion. And Kaci with this 9 to lead 5-3. And still the danger that he could yet run away with the match. There it is then. So Kaci just re-establishing his authority in this match. 5-3, he needs 4 more and he will be the winner. Yeah, it's been, as ever, a bit of a roller coaster emotionally for both players at the moment. Shaheen again looking a bit sort of, not dejected, but knowing that he's got a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, you get a big yawn out of Shaheen. A little interesting. A lot of these guys have issues sleeping the night before major or the night of major. Talked to a few of them earlier. I won't mention names, but Obviously, a lot of money at stake here, right? So the wheels are turning in the heads of these talented players.
Yeah, I think they all appreciate the opportunity here and what it could do just for their career, but just personally. Anyway, here we go, 5-3.
And there goes the 1 again. Where's the 2 head? Look at the 5 spinning down low, nearest the 9. He's going to come with 1 good shot here on the 2. Have another look at this break. No questions about pocketing that 1 in the middle. 1 big shot here, David. It looks pretty good for Kaci, leading 5 games to 3. Carries an angle on the 3, the 4. Can't quite tell if it plays in the lower right, but it definitely plays in the lower left, and then the 5 nearest the 9. Well, that could cause an early game. His biggest concern is the cue ball. Does he go back and forth above or below the 3? Such a good look there. So steady over the ball. Really a nice natural angle here. Just avoid any contact with the 8. Shouldn't have any issues. Bit of outside English to straighten this ball back up. Yeah, well done. Just drift forward a little bit.
Yeah, so just checking the exact contact here on this combination. And in it goes. So Kaci has well and truly made his move. He's got his 3-rack lead restored. He's looking very confident again. And he's only 3 away, of course, now from victory. 6-3. Again, a very impressive rack from the Albanian. He actually, he's 3 times Albanian snooker champion. First time he played in it, he was actually sort of persuaded to play. Never really played snooker properly. Turned up, won it. And now I'm not saying there's a huge snooker constituency in Albania, but even so, it shows you a certain natural flair, I think, and also natural confidence, you know, to turn up, never played the sport properly and win it. That says a lot about him, actually. But this is his main sport. He's had plenty of success already. UK Open champion last year, played a couple of Mosconi Cups, and he'll be playing many more, I'm sure.
Yeah, full of talent. Hard worker as well. Exudes confidence, like David said. In my opinion, got one of the best breaks, if not the best break on tour. And it's happening. There's the contact with the 9 that he's looking for. He's going to come away with a good shot on the 2. Cue ball on the rail. I believe he's got an angle. can definitely drop down below the 3. Can he get up above the 3? I don't know if there's any reason to go that far. The 3 does play in the top left. Let's see how he feels. Okay, he was going to bend it. Wow, great, great speed.
Yeah, the two have to go together. You have to be obviously in control of the cue ball. You also have to be in control of yourself. And at the moment, he's doing both really well.
And that shot he shot there on the 2, that's taking advantage of the newer cloth. These guys are very familiar with bending that cue ball with a high ball. They shoot it all too often, they do. Really, one shot away from a pretty big lead at 7 games to 3. Yeah, falling real nicely on the 5.
Yeah, and it's only round 1. Obviously, there's a long way to go, but I think the players are aware. Everyone's watching. All the other players in the players' lounge, they're aware of how people are playing, and they'll take note of a strong opening performance. Seeing players who've adjusted well to conditions, who are feeling good ahead of a big week here.
Yeah, it's well pointed out. There is typically never a doubt. The players always know. They always seem to know who's performing well. They don't have to be right there, but they know. He's fallen a little funny here, David. Just a little, right? I think he can go forward. Doesn't really want to come back due to where the 7 is at. He's going to come tight out of that top right corner with a high left cue ball. Well, he's fallen a little flat here as well. Pretty well hit, though. Could come all the way back. Get short side. He's kind of in the middle of it. And that's what he's looking at now. Just a pinch draw. Be happy if it was back where he's at now, practically. Maybe a little further. He does have the stroke to punch out. I don't know that that's necessary here. Just a nice, smooth. Let's just come all the way back. The power the 6'5" Albanian can generate.
Yeah, there's nothing hesitant about the way he plays. Is that makes him an attractive player to watch. So 2 more pots for a 7-3 lead. Yeah, he just seems nicely relaxed, but at the same time very determined. Good combination to have. Kaci playing really good stuff now. He's won 4 racks in a row. He leads 7-3 and he needs 2 more for victory. Yes, he's really made his move here and in very impressive fashion. And the sort of shots that you think are where there might be trouble, he's played them as if he fully expects to get them. Played them aggressively, confidently, and he's really pressing on for the win now.
Yeah, David, I like the way he played that 7, right? That way he knows he's not in between the draw stroke. He just goes ahead and lets it out. He knows he's going to come all the way out for the 8. If you're confident you can make that ball and you're confident in the stroke, go ahead and let it out, big man. That's what he did. just kind of seeing a little different level of player at the table right now. Keep your eye on the one. Comes short. A little bit of a miss hit. And pink 4 trickles in. Can he see a sliver of the one?
Well, he's come around, I think, to look at the potting angle. Maybe just see enough of it.
Yeah, it looks from here like he can definitely see a piece of it. From here, it looks a lot tougher. Oh, yeah. Nicely done. Maybe a little trouble with the 6. Obviously doesn't pass in the lower right. So 5 to the 6 poses a small question or concern. That's what he is evaluating at the moment. Is he looking to play the steep angle on the purple 5? Swing 1, 2, 3, 4 tight in behind the 9. So he would wrap around the top right corner, down into the lower left. Let's see where he ends up after this 3. So there it looks like he's entertaining a high cue ball coming over to the right side of the table. That way he's coming one rail towards the 6. Personally, I think that's probably a cleaner play, a little less cue ball movement going that route. Gets the most out of that, but he's kind of right where he doesn't want to be. I think you want to be all the way over. Just kind of in the middle is what I should say. Yeah, he's not thrilled with it, David.
Yeah, and it's a sort of critical stage now, isn't it? Because Omar Al Shaheen is desperate to get some sort of chance, and he's hoping it's going to come soon. But certainly, if Kaci can take this rack out, it doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, so he'd like to have either come all the way out or stayed to the left about 3 rotations. Now he's kind of in the middle of everything. Really has nowhere to go. He could power this ball, still do what I said he could possibly do and wrap around this lower right corner, but boy, he's really got to hit it. It's not going to finish how he would have liked. Oh, he's caught a piece of the 8. He's lucked the 6 in, David. But he's kind of glued to the 7. Can he twist it towards the pocket? He's got to shoot away from it. They aren't frozen.
The 8 waiting over the pocket. Yeah, he's very close to it.
And if they aren't frozen, I believe he can. This angle looks very tough, but if there is a gap, he can exploit it. Well, this way he's considering throwing it in. That means they're... Or is he just going to ticky this ball?
Yeah, every option seems sort of problematic.
Possibly weighing up the kick to the middle. It's pretty good speed right there from where he was. Cue ball finished real nice. This is a challenge for Al Shaheen at best. Boy, that's a tall order. Trying to catch the clean side of that 7 toward the pocket. You'd almost have to spin this ball with a right ball and catch the rail first. If you're trying to catch this ball going in, it's such an accurate hit. Not saying you can't do it, but boy, it's a tall ask. You are asking a lot catching this 7 going in. Doesn't have a lot though with where the 8 is. Do or die for Al Shaheen. Wow. He did catch it going in.
Wow, well, could that turn this match maybe? It's a start for sure, because it was sort of petering out. Kaci folds his arms. Can't quite believe it.
And that's what this young man can do at times. He's a shot maker, and that was a shot.
Yeah, one of the best shots of the night, that. And it's kept him very much in contention. As I say, it was turning into a bit of a procession for Eklund Kaci, but that one shot may well have turned things back in Al Shaheen's favour. It wins him the rack 7-4. Is the comeback on? We will see, of course, in due course, but that well, terrific shot to pull out at that stage with everything on the line.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous. He was pretty much close to glued to the back rail. Didn't have much of the cue ball he could hit. He's going to take a break.
Yeah, and we will pick up when he returns. So 7-4, Al Shaheen with that terrific shot in the last rack to keep himself in. They're still trailing, but he's got the break back.
Watch the cue ball. That is not good timing for Al Shaheen. Kaci will take advantage. Actually made nice contact. He got a bad kiss off the top of the 9, and that's the kiss you're looking for. They're typically looking to run straight into the 9 out the top side. It could prove disastrous. Really don't see a lot of trouble. Maybe the 4 to the 5. Getting on the 3 with ball in hand shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, he's falling really nice here. Close to straight in. Isn't terrible on the 4 here. Kind of on the wrong side, but he can manufacture the angle. He can go forward. He's overbent this ball. Did he get hooked, David? Well, it's close.
Yeah, I mean, he's got down to plate once. Now he's having another good look.
Yeah, he's just really powered that ball with a lot of top. Easy to overbend that cue ball on fresh cloth.
Just okay.
So a painful scratch, painful kiss off the 9 for Al Shaheen. Had a chance to possibly get within 2. Instead, he's going to be trailing by 4.
Yeah, one shot looked like it might have turned things in Al Shaheen's favour, and then one more shot has turned it back. The break. Cue ball fine in the middle pocket. Kaci not been sort of plain sailing here, but he has taken them, and it is 8-4, and he's a heavy favourite still to get the win here on day 1 of the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah. Still plenty of action going on. It's quite late at night, but a lot of pool still being played. So, can he bring this home now? He's trying to be like Cinderella, get home by midnight. It's now 6 minutes to, so let's see how he does.
He can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this man's got the break. I know I say it. Look at the marks on the table. Well, you know Kaci's been here. Well, he's just come short. He was pretty quick. The 8 falls. He's not going to have a clean look on the 1.
Push.
Hear it on your screens at home. He calls the push. Wants to be careful. Doesn't want to leave anything clean. Yeah, so he's trying to find a space that he just doesn't leave a clean side of the 1, meaning pocketable. Leave him flat where he's putting his cue. So this tells me that he's not concerned about Omar being able to make the 1 with position, and that's pretty evident. Does, however, look like he could, at minimum, play the cue ball tight behind the 3, although requires pretty clean and accurate hit. You know, if you don't get him behind the 3, you'll leave something easy on the 1. So what's he got in mind? Well, He's going to chop it in and go into the back of the 3. What a hit.
Yeah, he's a terrific shot maker. We've seen that in this match. It's just whether it's going to be enough.
And what a starting shot by Omar. Coming into the back of the 3 like that. Such a great ball maker. When he's playing, he can do a lot of damage quickly. Another clean strike right there.
Yeah, he's shown, I would say, more than flashes of his best. It's just putting it all together, isn't it, consistently? And also, he's come up against someone who's playing really well, is looking confident. It's just whether Omar Al Shaheen here can just make this a bit closer, just put a bit of pressure on Kaci to actually get it won.
He's got work left to do here. He's got to avoid the left middle. Gonna come above it, maybe go short side like so. Wants to keep the angle. Not out of the woods yet, David. The 7, still a little tricky. He's falling on a nice line here. Most likely want to come back here. You don't want to go forward. Players are afraid of rolling that ball past the side. So he will come back.
Oh, but he's missed it. Yeah, that's been the story really tonight. Just flashes of brilliance and then mistakes.
Yeah, and I guess that's signs, David, of not playing enough, not being in the grease, not being in competition. Sometimes second guessing yourself when the pressure's really on. Nothing straightforward here. Does he attack? I think he's got to attack, but let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Yeah, looks like he might actually be coming back behind the 9 now that I see this line. Yeah, that's pure maturity. Pure maturity right there, and that's why he is the player he is.
Yeah, showing a bit of patience and not risking handing Al Shaheen the rack, and then who knows after that. Giving him a literal head scratcher here.
Yeah, he's going to have to come to the second rail, which is the left long rail above the left middle. Like to catch the top side of the 7. He's got a chance of making it if he makes good contact. Well, he's coming straight at it.
And it's surely over. Yeah, he's looked good at times, but Kaci all night has been confident. Of course, he was 3 up. He went 3-3. But then he pulled away. And he's going to get the win here. Not quite by midnight, but he doesn't mind as long as he gets to 9. And that's what he's done. So Kaci wins an entertaining match, 9-4. Omar Al Shaheen was just a bit inconsistent. And Kaci, no great celebration. It's only round 1, but he's got the job done by 9 racks to 4. There is the winning ball. So that concludes play on table 1 on day 1 of the World Pool Championship here in Jeddah. My thanks to Scott. My thanks to you all for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, 1 o'clock local time, for day 2. We'll see you then.
Yeah, just like that stuff. Good luck in the loose.
We've seen plenty of perspiration. Now we're seeing inspiration.
Listen to the noise. This is to tie the match up.
It all would have been there for him.
My word!
He's got it! And it would be the shock of the tournament.